hides behind the thing. There we go. Okay, yeah, so that'll be what you do tonight. That was your role for tonight. But this was a little preemptive so the party could see exactly where we are. You are at Phthia. You are at the land of Candybus's home. And as you approach, I'm going to post the handout, which within it will bear the image of what the settlement looks like as you approach. We are not in Attica yet. We are in Thessaly. Does everyone see that?
Yeah.
Candybus, to your dismay, as you approach, your village, your home, is pretty beat up. This is a coastal village, and there's the tide being what it is, but it seems that the waters have flooded the town, and it seems that people's homes have been beat up. Certain parts of the land have been sort of sloshed through and swallowed. Farmland needs to be retilled. You hear, you see people kind of wandering through the thick, wet mud, kind of a little beat up looking, and maybe some quiet sounds of people crying in the hovels of what was once their home. In your time away, to your dismay, a great flood seems to have hit your home, and the already diminished population of Phthia looks a little bit more diminished than before. I have listed here the population is 15K. That's incorrect. It's more like 500 to 800 people right now. So quite a small population for the size of what's around, basically. It looks underpopulated.
What has happened here? This is not right. Surely my father would know. We should go speak to him. I think he's just gonna charge into town.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thyia will stay right behind him.
Absolutely. Okay. It needs a little working on, but I'm gonna do it as we go. The one thing that remains in good order is the citadel, your father's palace. It is a nice citadel. It is good architecture, and by the grace of it being an acropolis, which means this sort of like hill fortress, it sat above where the current and tide came in. So by the nature of just its elevation, it is probably the one thing that hasn't been swallowed by whatever flood hit. You hear, as you draw close, more sound from within the Acropolis, Candybus, than usual. You get the sense that the people maybe have actually taken shelter within the Acropolis walls, and the doors are open. It is not like they're usually kind of closed, and you'd expect to come home to open the gates, the prince has returned, and that's what you kind of expect. But the doors are very much open, and you can see the city is very much in a state of crisis. You see warriors are not terribly at their posts as much as they are actually helping people to the best of their abilities. You see your father's storehouses, the grain stores have been opened up. And food is being distributed from the king's personal storehouse. People kind of sit to the side of buildings, take shelter where they can. It's not that the people are. You see that there is a little bit of a triage tent has been opened up, and you see some people were pretty badly wounded by whatever hit here, and are kind of the people here are kind of in stable positions. There is a thing off to the side. Well, you see the gravediggers at work. He's working away at you'd see the I guess you just see bodies kind of like off to the side, covered up. Rites need to be performed to appease the gods, and so on and so forth. But clearly, disaster has hit. You move through. Eyes. It's not that they're not recognizing you. It's just that everybody's got something they're paying attention to. So everybody's got a priority, and it isn't looking at whatever strangers walking by, unfortunately. But yes, if you approach the palace of your father, you guys would see this. It's a nice palace. It's a little bit on the smaller end of palaces, but it has very fine architecture. The design of it looks older. This looks like certainly an older palace than you have ever seen before. Older than Alokos. Certainly older than what Gonos was. I would go so far as to say, Vasaliki, there's certain elements of Themyscira that hold a similar age and design to it. And you know this should be the palace of an elven king. Just on sight. But to Thyia's eyes, this would be just sort of like a nice but older palace, an interesting place. And as you wander in, you are going to see, various sort of people meandering around, people taking shelter. They wouldn't. That's not too much the style here. You would see that the sort of officials of your father's court sort of zoom around, kind of, organizing like, oh, food going here. We should send envoys out to neighbors and see if they can offer us support. You hear one person at the end of the room saying, King Deucalion, we should, of course, extend envoys to Aegina. They have always been our allies. Maybe they could lend support. To where you hear the voice of your father from the end of the hall says, we need help now. Aegina has indeed been our allies, but it is far away, and our ships, only a scarce few, are not in ruin. The official says, please consider it, my king. And Candybus, you look to the throne, and you are going to see your father, who I will post an image of now. Just gotta go find it. There we go. I could have swore I gave him an image. Oh well. All right, I gotta work on that handout. But I'll give you the physical description anyway. You come across. All of you come across three people who are sort of amongst the quote-unquote royal procession here. You see King Deucalion, this king, this elven king, who even by elven standards looks a little older. There is some salt and pepper to his longer hair. He has silver eyes that almost seem to have like a dappling of light in them, as if there is like a silvery light to them, very dim, as only really seen if you look into them. You see the eyes of one who's walked this world for probably longer than most can think of. And most importantly, he looks tired. He looks weary. Not in the sense that he hasn't slept, but in the sense of someone who has grown to see too much and is world weary. And while Candybus, your father always had this look about him, it's certainly punctuated by this recent tragedy. It seems to have brought it to the forefront a little more than it was. It used to be this kind of thing behind his eyes. Now it's very much at the front of his being, sort of in his posture and the way he looks around the room, everything. At his side, with a hand on his shoulder, is ever his faithful queen, the elven queen. You know your mother to be Pyrrha, who is unbound by tragedy. She's regal. She has beautiful red hair, and she said there only has the gauntness that Candybus has, and you would know her clear to be like Candybus's mother, just on appearance, regardless of red hair, and keeps a hand on her husband's shoulder with a look of worry. And two others stand at her side, Candybus, that you alone would recognize, who you are standing in positions of like who would be the children or possibly heirs. And these children are you, Candybus, would see your sister Melantho and your brother Phthia. Your other siblings are either abroad or no longer of this world. I mean, we discussed that at some point. But for the time being, those other siblings have gone abroad to do their own travels and see the world for themselves. But these two have remained home, and they were here when you left, and they're here still. And you. Yeah, I'll post the names. Yeah, I'm gonna post all the names. Let's see here. So we got Deucalion. We got Queen Gira. We've got Princess Melantho, who are both elves, by the way. And Prince and Phthia. God. Okay, you see them up there, and it is your brother Phthia who is sort of the first around here to lay eyes on you, Candybus. You kind of moved through here almost like a ghost for the first time in your life, a little bit, not being sort of praised or seen by everybody you walked by. He sees you first, and just kind of moves from his father's side down to the hall, and he'll give you a big old hug to see you. Oh, you mean it?
I reciprocate.
Okay, you reciprocate, and he pulls back, doesn't say anything yet. He just kind of looks you over, sees you're in good health. Well, you're back. I want to ask you about everything, but we got hit pretty bad a couple of nights ago.
A couple nights ago? It just happened all at once?
Yes, it was like any other night, and the winds blew strong and heavy, and the sea opened up and crashed into Phthia and flooded the whole town. It was, well, you probably saw everything coming in.
I did. I don't want to think this is the work of the gods, but perhaps it might be.
You wouldn't have done anything on that mountain to have pissed off Poseidon, huh?
Not to my knowledge.
No, okay, good. Well, Poseidon is a ferocious god. It could just be that we haven't built any temples to the gods here in Thyia. After all of these long years of our father's reign, there's just not enough people to build such things. Perhaps that is why. That is what the priests think. That's a speculation, though. We have no, as you know, we have no Phthias, we have no oracles. We do not know why Poseidon is angry, but when the priests have bodies to bury, we're in a bit of a state, Candybus.
I see. Is there anything I can do to help?
Go to father. He'll say pater. That is the Greek way of saying father. He'll say, go to pater. He loves all his children, but you always have a way of raising his spirits. And I think it brought up memories of the flood. I think it is, hit him harder than most.
I see. All right, and then I'll leave to see him.
Yep. And just for a quick moment, he'll look around to your companions. I'll just say, like, you guys have noticed at this point that Romulus and Xanthos are just not with you. Like, maybe they just, like, saw someone struggling and just kind of almost compelled, just kind of left your company to go start helping around the place. But he looks around at you two, and he'll, like, offer a... I think he'll offer a hand to each of you and say, "You are friends of my brother. I am Prince Amphicaton of Phthia." And he'll shake your hand, and if you seem to be friends of his brother, so he'll kiss you both on either cheek, which is the custom of greeting to friends, and he will ask for your names.
Vasaliki.
Do you hear that, Thyia? Did you guys hear that? We can't hear you, Vasaliki. All right, why don't we start with you, Thyia?
I am Thyia. I am from Delphi.
No. He's on the cheek. There you go. You're working now. And he'll say, "Welcome, and I'm sorry that our hospitality is not as it has always been, but you're most welcome here. And if there's anything I can do, please let me know." And then he'll turn to you, Vasaliki.
It's good to meet Prince of Candybus. He's been a good traveler amongst our companions.
He kind of grins. This is the first time you kind of see him smile. He kind of grins as he sees you, Vasaliki. He says, "My brother would find himself in Amazon, I suppose, considering your people's inclination for, well,
entertainment."
I make no such claims on him, and she says it kind of harshly.
And he notices his mishap. He goes, "Oh, I apologize. I did not mean to offend you."
Oh no, another one did though. So you were correct in like the insight. You just missed which Amazon. Probably because she's just the only Amazon you saw.
Well, my brother always had the way of finding himself in interesting situations.
I noticed they trend.
Well, but please be welcome. You are guests in this hall and of the king. Thank you for being a companion to my brother.
Is there a place where people are I am good with herbs. I can help make poultices for healing, or I can go lift big trees and put them elsewhere. I am strong like bull. But how can I help? I do not need to be in a palace when there is work to do.
All of these things sound greatly helpful. We could use any number of people who can build and healing. Healing is a scarce art in these lands.
I do some herbs. It is still hit or miss, but I can try, I will go. And she'll just go look to make herself useful if people are struggling and suffering, if they whatever
Absolutely.
they need.
Absolutely. I'll say, as he turns to you, Vasaliki, we're gonna go to Candybus at this point in the conversation because something might happen that you might hear about. But yeah, Candybus, you have approached the throne as your brother stays to entertain your, siblings. Melento, your sister, sees you and says, "Candybus," and kind of comes over to you and throws her arms around you and kisses you on your cheeks. And your father and mother has attention as it rises, and then people in the hall sort of begin to turn. And your mother says, "Your prince has returned," and there is like a there is some applause, and there goes, "Ah, the princess returned!" for some people in the hall. And they do sort of, some smiles do curl across their face. It is a bit of a morale booster to know that one of their princesses returned. This is a very different time than today, where governors are looked at with deep skepticism. Back then, the kings and the royals and the high nobles were celebrities, if not considered some of the best of the people in the city. So it is a bit of a morale booster. It's kind of like a celebrity showing up. so it is a bit of a morale booster. There is some applause in the hall for Candybus as you hold your sister in your arms. She goes, "Thank goodness you're here." And your mother comes over and hugs you, Candybus, and says, "My son, you're alive. You have returned to us."
I am. But I returned to such a horrible disaster.
They both look grimly at you, and you kind of look past them, and they kind of part the way for you as well. And you see your father rising from his throne, and he rises heavy. He himself is not heavy. He himself is, his elven physicality. But he rises like he carries a great weight on his shoulders, and he does. He rises with a weariness, a weight, and almost uses the arm of his throne to help himself rise in the moment, like he is deeply tired, deeply weighed down. But you do see a weary smile curl across his face, and he lends an arm forward for you to come to him and says, "My son, come."
I like run up and give him a strong embrace.
Give him a strong embrace. He kisses you on your cheeks as well. Very very European. I just narrating it. I'm still getting used to all the kissing. But it is the custom. And he does say, sort of like, "My son, oh, my son, bless the gods, thank the gods." As he hugs you tightly, like he never wants to let go, but he does after a time. And looks at you with a smile. Yes.
Well,
"Come to us at the best of times, my son. Well, not the worst of times, but the best of time for you to be home, that is."
yes. I was hoping I would be able to give you this in better circumstances, but perhaps this is exactly what we need right now. And it'll produce the chest. This was an offering of good faith from Iolcos. They were hoping we would be trading partners.
He looks at it and smiles deeply. He smiles and says, "Well, I guess they're going to have more than they bargained for." And he'll look to his envoy and he'll say, "Send messengers to Orcos. We tell them that we accept their offer of mutual trade and call for aid. Let us see if they truly are the allies they mean to be." The envoy bows and he moves with a great hurry to find a worthy messenger to carry this. And he says, "Come, my son, you must tell me of your travels. You must." And he takes you and he sits back down on his throne. He offers you to sit at one of the seats beside his throne, and very much looking to enjoy some distraction, he wishes for you to speak of your travels.
Yes, of course. I've made many friends and fought many monsters in my journeys up to Mount Olympus, and I've gained favor from the gods. I'm the champion of Aphrodite.
Yes, you would be this champion of Aphrodite. You had a way with her domain. I knew she always had her eyes on you from the moment you were born. I knew it.
Well, it is truly an honor.
It is an honor. And he smiles. Someone else comes up to him and says, King Deucalion, some people were asking if they could move. And he says, not now, not now. My son has returned. And the person kind of looks hesitant, like he wants to push the matter, but doesn't, and just bows and walks away. And he says, and what of the other gods? Tell me of the other gods. What were they like? What are they? What the stories speak of?
Yes, they are quite powerful, but they are more like us than you know. They are gods, but they are also I wouldn't tell them this to their face, but they do have the flaws of mortals as well.
That is what they say in the stories, though. Few have the courage to speak it outright. But he smiles and seems to be almost comforted by this idea. It begins to almost start the tale that you've heard many times. He goes, back when it was me and your mother and the great flood was occurring, the gods spared us, and I knew the gods had and blessed our house, and at that point someone else comes up and says, great King Deucalion, some of the children are hungry. We're wondering if we may open the stores again for it. And he says, sort of slams his fist on his chair angrily and says, my son has come. Give me some, leave me. And the man goes, of course, my king. And he will bow his head and walk away looking a little embarrassed.
Perhaps we should tend to the kids. They are our future.
Make a persuasion check.
All right. That'll be 24.
24. Your father looks at you with the look of like he would, like he was considering turning his anger upon you, as he had the last person. But as his face turns to look at you and he sees that you are Candybus, he catches himself and softens, and looks past you to see his daughter and his wife. And you would hear this outburst, Vasaliki, like, my son is here, leave me be. And he kind of looks past you to see the very worried looks on your mother and sister's face, and kind of puts his head in his hands a little, or his hand a little, like he realizes he kind of, has made a mistake, and goes, yes, you're right, Candybus, you're right. I'm mistaken too. Your mother comes over and says, it is time the king should have some rest. Everybody, if any of you have any issues, please ask either of my sons for aid. Candybus and Phthia will carry the voice of their father in this hard time, but the king needs rest. And she will smile at you. She will mouth a like good boy, basically, at you, Candybus. And she will take the king away, who will kind of hold your arm, like happy to see you, will hold it tightly, happy to see you, that you're back, and then kind of leave it be as she's escorted away by your mother, the queen, to take some rest. Vasaliki, the prince, and Victyon sort of bows his head to you and says, I should attend to my people. It was an honor to meet you. And he kind of looks at Candybus with a look of poor Candybus, basically, on his face. But he does immediately go up to that person and says, what is this about food stores? And we'll walk away to try and be a good prince. What would either of you do, Vasaliki or Candybus?
Yeah, I'll mention to Candybus, and I can't remember his name. Is it King Amphion?
Of Ilocos?
No, the one with the lyre.
The one
Oh,
that we're
Amphion. Yes,
traveling
Amphion's
with.
here. Right. King Amphion is his name.
Amphion. Okay. Candybus, well, it's echoing really bad.
Oh, sorry.
Um, King Amphion built walls for his city. I wonder if he could build a sort of retaining wall for your city. I'm not sure what the extent of his powers are, but that could be helpful. And then I was also thinking of Tyseus. Perhaps he could divine a reason why Phthia has angered the gods, and we can find a way to appease them. Perhaps this is ways that we could help.
This is a fantastic idea. Yes, let's speak with them to see if they can help, or if we can get some insight into why this happened.
Excellent. It pains me to see your home in such disarray. I will help where I can.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Of course. And yeah, I guess we'll go try to find them, unless they're with us.
I'll just say, for the sake of this, maybe Amphion and Zethus, the two brothers, kind of stand to the side, or maybe they're sort of like on the, I don't know what you'd call it, the porch of the palace, I guess, like at the top of the stairs, kind of looking at the state of things together, kind of holding their private counsel about like, oh, things are a little bad here, and looking grimly at the scene. And the blind priest, I think, is just kind of bumping into a wall off in the corner.
I guess we'll approach Amphion first. I don't have a preference. Do you have a preference, Candybus?
Oh no, we need to speak with them all.
Okay. Yeah, sure. King Amphion then.
All right, you guys would find King Amphion first with his brother Zethus at the edge, sort of holding it, sort of his lyre sort of slung lowly in his hand as he and his brother kind of look and, like I said, have a private council about how grim the state of things are, and they turn, say, Candybus, I'm sorry about your home. This is no way to return.
It is quite a tragedy. Do you think that we'll be able to salvage this town? I know you've built the town for your city, or built a wall for your city. Do you think that is something that we would be able to do here?
He kind of blinks once and looks at his lyre and looks at you like you're a genius. As he connects to that, goes, of course, I you must not tell my people what a fool I am to not have thought of that. Of course, yes, just I can build homes. I can't get rid of the water, Candybus, but I can build upon what soil has strong enough foundations. Absolutely. Allow me and my brother to seek out somebody who's responsible for this, or if you had a design upon what you'd like me to do, I'm happy to build on Pythia's behalf. I'd go so far as to call this a gift on behalf of Thebes, and perhaps our two cities might learn to be friends.
I would like that. I would like that very much.
Well, just tell me what you want or who to speak to, and I'll get to playing right away. It will take time, though, of course.
Let's just start with the perimeter of the city and try and get some levees built.
Very well. I will speak to whoever. Does Zethus, you know of the land? Yes? He goes, no, I'm a hunter, brother. I don't know about levees. I mean, we built together. Technically, if you just find any low vaultings, we could perhaps make barricades. He goes, yeah, you helped me build the city. brother. You know about barricades. We'll get right to it, Candybus.
All right.
He'll kind of like drag. Oh, go ahead.
Perhaps my brother will be able to assist you and find them the sturdiest plot of land to start.
Very well. Well, we will start, as you say, building levees, and once we have done that, you'll speak to your brother about reconstructing buildings. Give us. It'll take some time. There's a lot to be done, but we will get to work.
Thank you.
He'll put a reassuring hand on your shoulder, and he and his brother will gesture, and they'll head outside of the Acropolis and down the island. Yeah, Vasaliki, go right ahead.
Well, I was just curious how much time. Like, are we talking days, weeks?
Amphion says, I suppose it depends. I mean, we haven't started yet. It's going to take at least a couple of days. But the longer we stay, obviously, the more we can do to help. But I leave that in all of your hands, how long you'd wish us to spend here. But every day spent is more day that we can that I can perform my works.
Well, it's an incredible skill that you have, and I wish you luck. And without touching him, she'll cast guidance.
You cast guidance, and he will lean over to you and he say, I wish I could claim the talent of building, but it is only music I can do. But thank you either way. And he smiles broadly, says, come. And the two of them will make their way to descend the mountain. Or not the mountain, excuse me, the hill. the high hill on which your father's fortress palace is built. To begin, building the levees, as you suggest, Candybus. And then I'm going to swap over to Thyia really quick before you talk to Triptolemus, so I believe that's his name. So I was starting to remember some of these names. But Thyia, it's your choice. You look around. There's much to do. You look to tents where some people are sick. You hear enough coughing around the village that you suspect that the water may have brought about small colds, or you might use your great strength to try and help with the building. It's your choice.
I do have proficiency in medicine, and I do have herbalism kit. So I do not have a healer's kit, but I will go to see if I can tend to sick people with my medicine.
Absolutely. So I will say this above the table. Mythologically speaking, some of you might be aware of the god of medicine, Asclepius. He is not even been born yet. So medicine is very, it's a very rare, very sort of undiscovered frontier here in ancient Greece, which you, of course, will be capable of. You have the proficiency, you have the skill. This is all to say that how rare it is, the ability you have, Ty, and how valuable it is. Go right ahead and roll a medicine check at advantage because you have the tool and because you have the proficiency.
At Delphi, the theater, the arena for Dionysus. Above it is Oracle, right? So you actually have to go through theater and go up to get to Oracle.
Absolutely, which is a good point. There's something else I want to put on the table that's just sort of culturally, with the lack of medicine in the world, like medicine, like Thyia, you're going to come forward and be like, have this herb. They're going to be like, why? So in this time in Greece, ailments of the body, ailments of the mind. So if you're struggling mentally, like PTSD, depression, whatever it is, if your body is hurt, they're all considered spiritual matters. The idea to be healed is a spiritual matter, that the gods will heal you, or that if you're sick or hurt, especially if it festers, it's because the gods are angry with you, and all this is healed through spirituality, which in this, magical setting isn't necessarily untrue, but just be aware that's where it is. So if you meet someone who's depressed, the remedy that would be suggested commonly is like, you need to go see the priest. Like, you need to go You need to go get good with God. As a note. But yes, Thyia, please give me your roll.
23.
23 is excellent. You tend to, you go to these people who were hurt in the flood. Nobody's missing any limbs, but people were certainly hurt enough that, this person's got a festering wound that could become very bad, could kill them. This person has like a little internal something going on. This person has a broken something going on. And, a broken, fucked up as it is, a broken arm back then, like you're fucked. That's it. You got a broken arm. Your arm doesn't work anymore. Bye-bye. Or if it ends up working one day, it's not going to probably heal right, and it's going to be a little fucked up forever. So, Thyia, you come up and you start. If anyone has ever watched Outlander, very what's her name? I think who? Yeah, very very clear, sort of like bringing medicine to the world where humors are still the thing. You come up, Thyia, and you're like, take the, you make a balm, you make a salve, and you're like, put this on his wound, it will help with the festering. And the priest goes, nonsense. He needs to go out and he needs to find 5 reeds and a bird and bleed it on the altars of the gods. Unfortunately, we have no altar. And you're like, okay. And you put the salve on yourself, and nobody knows why you're doing it except you. And then you hear of the colds, and you make teas. You're like, drink this, it'll help with your tea. And they think that the heat is just nice and soothing. They don't get the herb will actually help. And unbeknownst to those around you, the Mayan and your Mayanid culture, maybe they know a little bit more about herbs and have a little bit more of a respect for. Yeah.
So above the table, we didn't discuss this because of her proximity to Apollo at this time. He would have been the god of healing.
Oh yeah, he's the god of healing medicine. Yeah,
she could have
absolutely
picked it up there, or it could be a Mayanid thing. I
assume best of both. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
To be very clear, you are proficient in medicine. You're doing the thing. You got it. And I think what we have discussed is that there's plenty of sources for you to have learned that. Mayanids are like everything. There is stories and there is the truth. And the truth is that the Mayanids aren't just crazy forest women who beat up people who are kind of mean, or not mean just because they want to. But yeah, they spend a lot of time in nature, maybe know a little bit about the natural world, and satyrs know a lot about the natural world, and they've been known to travel with Mayanids. So perhaps the skill of medicine has been handed off from satyrs to the Mayanids and passed down a little bit, and Apollo and blah, 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 blah. You have been trained. It is a very, very, very rare talent in a very new frontier, but you perform it all the same, and people will perhaps in a couple days be surprised to see that they are mending. Whether they blame it on you and your special selves or the gods, well, we'll see.
Can I describe something I do?
Of course.
When I go to person with bone, that is it is not where it needs to be, right?
Right.
So she makes the giggle juice potion. And she gives it the thing that she uses one dose and it kind of makes her see things, but if you take a little more, it pretty much knocks you on ass. So she gives them the juice and they ha 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 and go to sleep, and then she breaks the bone and sets it, and they wake up in 10 minutes with the bone set, and then they have instructions.
Amazing. I'll tell you what. Make a persuasion or intimidation check to have people let you do this, or at least not mess with you while you do this. Because in their eyes, you're just walking up and breaking his bones for no reason, right? They don't know.
I would like to rage.
Yeah, you just kind of fuck off. Make me an intimidation check per the rage. I will grant advantage. I feel like barbarians should be scary, regardless of the charisma skill.
Well, so keeping in mind that when she goes into rage, it is like ecstatic communion with God.
Right.
So she's having this ecstatic communion with Dionysus, and I think that is going to be a 16. Yes, it is 16.
A 16. You kind of go into this, and even in a static nature, you could be a little intimidating. So in this nature, you're like, I don't know, whoever the wind blows, and in this moment it blows as such that you need to tell everybody to fuck off. And so you do, and they like pretty much see this as a crime, but don't want to have their bones broken. So they let you do your work, and you bust up his bones while he's unconscious and set them right. And it'll be a thankless but efficient job. Bless you. Well done. I think this is actually something very fun to play out. I'm sure you're doing what you can, Candybus, to help, but let's zoom in on you guys. While you guys are helping out, one of the guards approaches you, Candybus. He says, Candybus, Prince Candybus, one of your friends is going around and harming the sick, is breaking their bones and harming those who are already thread away from Hades' realm. I know they're your guests, but
I know the one you speak of. This is Thyia. She knows what she's doing. They will heal better than they would have otherwise.
I'll tell you what. Maybe just for the fun's sake, let's make a medicine check to see if what Candybus does know of the Thyia's practice of medicine. This could be like a fun.
It is witchcraft.
Yeah, for all. I mean, it very well may seem like witchcraft. Absolutely.
14.
14. Yeah, we will say that like you don't really understand it, but you've seen enough things amongst the gods to trust that this is some kind of helpful practice, though it doesn't really sound like it. Both of you would be ignorant to the skill of medicine, but you know that Thyia does weird things and they work out for the better. So yeah.
Perhaps it is a chaotic trick she picked up from Dionysus.
If you say so, my prince.
Rest assured, this is the work of the gods.
You would know best, my prince. There are few in this village so pious, and he will, or few in this village who know so much of the gods, is what he'll say, not pious. And uncomfortably will leave. Cool. Like to his knowledge, like basically in his mind, the equivalent to make it worthy is Thyia walked up with a butcher knife and like slashed him 3 times and said, "Don't come near me or I'll do it to you." And then he went over to you, Candybus, and you're like, "It's fine. She knows what she's doing. You'll see it'll help in the end." He's like, "I can't. You're the prince. I guess if you say like clearly entirely unconvinced that this was helpful in any way, but he is certainly not going to go against the word of his prince." And it certainly creates a little unease amongst the camp, Thyia's methods. But Vasaliki, Candybus, is there anything else you'd like to do? You said you wanted to talk to Ptolemy, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Although I think his name is like Tyseus.
I'm probably saying it wrong. Let me go. Be good. Be good about it. Yeah. Here, I'll even post it. Tiresias, I suppose. Tiresias would be the correct pronunciation. All right, Tiresias. You go find. I gotta look up the pronunciation. I'm gonna see if I can get this name right officially. But anyway, go ahead.
Why are you doing that? I'm just curious what Vasaliki would know of like medicines from like Amazonian culture, if that's even a thing.
Are you proficient with medicine?
No.
You know nothing.
Okay.
You would know if you break an arm, you probably can't shoot a bow ever again.
Oh, so there's not like medicinal practices.
No, there was no medicinal practice. doesn't really exist yet. This is very, very early civilization. Even though your people are elven, you come from, especially before the flood, a very advanced culture that may have known of medicine back then, has certainly fallen from grace, and you are now like a tribal people who has lost your glory and your knowledge and your magic and your blah 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 of old age, and now you're sort of hunter people. So maybe no, I don't think your people would know anything of the practice of medicine. It would be very much the same. If you're sick, if you're wounded, if something wrong with your head, the gods. It's a spiritual matter. And I will say it again, that doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, because as we know in this game, there are many miracles, which is what Xanthos provides. I'm sure the sick probably flock to Xanthos to, beseech the gods to heal them, and it will work. As he does healing word and cure wounds. So in a very interesting way, these ancient spiritual practices of medicine work. You go to the cleric, you get healed. So the practice of medicine is very much not even a budding frontier, a lesser known, almost cultic practice that is not known by the wide world. So no, not amongst the Amazons. Anyway, enough about that. Would you like to approach Tiresias? Would you like to pronounce Tiresias? I'm even going to put the pronunciation of his hand out.
Yeah. We'd like to approach.
Okay. Stupid Greek names. Why can't they just be phonetic? Okay, let's see here. Just gonna put this in there very quick. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it so fucking big? Jesus. Okay. Half a moment. Okay, there. Pronunciation in his handout now. So you approach Tiresias. And he's kind of standing against a wall, just kind of, as he does at times, just kind of like, he's not looking at anything, he's blind as a bat, but just kind of like standing there, like leaned up against the wall a little bit, just kind of like looking off, like he can hear some chorus or see some sight that you cannot.
Tiresias, are you with us? Are you seeing something?
Huh. What? Oh, yes, I'm seeing something. Not what you see, but what I see in what I call my mind's eye. What do you think? Is that a cool? I'm trying it out. What do you think?
I don't think it makes any sense.
Yeah, I guess not, though. Oh, well, never mind. I'm stupid, I guess. Anyway, what is it? What do you want?
Well,
What crying going around here? Are we in like a hospital or something?
kind of. What is a hospital?
Oh, I don't know. Some word I heard about Olympus. I don't know. Are we? I don't know. Are we listening to a tragedy? There it is. There's a lot of crying when you go to the theater. So are we? I assume we're not at the theater because I am standing off in a corner, and you all have left, and I kind of got lost.
We are at my home. There has been
Why is your home so sad?
There's been a terrible flood.
Oh, that's why my boots were so muddy coming up here.
Yes.
That makes sense.
I was hoping you could divine why this has happened.
He squints. He can't see you, but he squints nonetheless as he kind of like looks. Oh, his head steers past you. He says, "You don't need us." Yeah, fuck it. He takes his stick and he'll bonk you on the head. You're like, "Wow, fuck, that actually kind of hurt." And he goes, "Stupid boy, you don't need to ask me why this happens. You know the gods. You've been to the mountain. Which god owns the sea, huh?"
Yes, Poseidon.
Yes, the old cranky bastard. You know why this happened.
Have I angered Poseidon in some way?
Have you?
I don't think so.
Then it's not you. Poseidon rarely needs a good reason to be angered, but I don't know. Do you people pay him tribute? If this is you're flooded, I assume this little village is on the side of the sea. Do they pay respect to Poseidon? Or leave him offerings? Does he have a temple, an altar, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No, well then you've basically asked for it. Sorry, that was a little much. Perhaps that is why. But okay, fine, I'll be helpful. I have seen some things, but they do not make sense, and I do not wish to confuse you. You have enough going on. So I will say this to you, Candybus. Ask me again tomorrow, after your father speaks. For he will speak, and it will matter.
Okay. I will.
I would offer if there's anything I can do, but I am a frail, barely able to walk in a straight line, blind man. So
Take care of yourself and don't go in the water.
I'll stay out of the way. And hey, look, ask me about anything, you know? Your brother and sister have an interesting future ahead of them. I know a lot of things. So, but yes, ask me tomorrow about the fate of Phthia. Tomorrow. Let me sort out my visions.
Understood. I am going to tend to my people.
Of course. What about you, Amazon? You have questions for the greatest seer in all of Greece?
No.
Ugh, fine. You better watch yourself. Who's to say we don't show up at Themyscira's all washed out too, because you haven't respected the gods? Well, actually, aren't you the most popular person on the mountain? Never mind.
The Amazons are very pious. I don't suspect we would. Well, she doesn't want to jinx herself, but we're proud to. I don't know. She's not gonna trail off.
No, be proud. Be proud. This is the game for it, man. And you've got tons of favor, so be proud.
Oh.
I'm not gonna I'm gonna what? What was that? I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, so she'll say that Amazons are pious people and would never fall to such folly.
I've never seen your Amazons, but if they're like you, well, maybe you're right. I am sure they'd like. He puts his hand on your shoulder, looks that way. You're over here. He goes, I am sure your people make all the correct rites and sacrifices to Poseidon.
Of course we do, whether we do or not. I'm gonna say that we do.
It's good. Then you have nothing to worry about. And I don't know why we're having this conversation. Kind of weird of you to have started.
Divine, who made Poseidon math?
I can, but there is far more interesting things to ask about and spend my talents on than the obvious.
It's so obvious you could just tell us.
Someone pissed off Poseidon. He doesn't need much. He's the most ferocious and angry, pissed off god of them all. He sinks ships because, well, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know what that means. Because it's midday.
Well, do you think it would be more prudent to send an offering to Poseidon? I mean, the damage is already done, or should we beseech Athena for her help to restore civilization?
Why not both? I mean, Poseidon may have. This could have been a warning. Listen, I am a seer. I'm not a priest. It's a very different situation. You know, if you're looking for religious guidance, go talk to a priest. If you ask me, I'll give you my opinion. And my opinion is that Phthia hasn't been wiped off the map. This could have been a warning. Like, hey, you better be good and make me offerings and prayers, or I'll fuck up the rest of it. It was a warning shot, a pretty dramatic warning shot, but it could have been a warning shot. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm a blind man. I see shit. I don't know. Go talk to Xanthos.
Well, thank you, Tiresias. I appreciate your gift.
You are welcome. Vasaliki, yes. You are welcome, Vasaliki.
Candybus, what do you think about having King Amphion build you all a temple to Poseidon? I can only imagine that would be a long-term investment.
I was thinking the same thing. I think showing that Phthia has survived this trial and will triumph in spite of it.
Mhm.
Will send a good message. Yes, we should build a temple.
Excellent. Well, I will busy myself with collecting offerings for perhaps both Athena and Poseidon. And then once the offerings are collected, we could make a show of sacrificing the offerings.
Oh, you know how much I love a show.
Excellent. Well, that's how I will contribute then.
Fantastic. You're muted.
You want to go around and collect some offerings then, Thyia? Or Vasaliki?
Yeah, maybe trapping some animals in the woods or something like that. Because I don't want to take like their goats and cows and stuff. Like I don't want to. They're already suffering enough, so I want to try to find like.
Well, I will say this. A sacrifice needs to be just that, sacrifice. It is your opinion how Vasaliki would go about it, yes. But the common conception about appeasing the gods is the better the sacrifice, the better the offering. The sacrifice of a bull to a great king might be less valuable than the offering of a single sheep to a struggling farmer, if that makes sense. So while you wouldn't want people to suffer more, taking something of value to them in this time would be an excellent offering. So it's this kind of cruel balance to strike. So it's up to you. Would Vasaliki wish to go hunt something, find something, or would she wish to use the villages, what little they have? What's your plan?
Oh, that's tricky. Because because they hunt too. So if I take from their woods, like that could still be a sacrifice.
Absolutely. I think it makes for a very interesting challenge in this world of Greece for is piety cruel? Where does piety begin? Cruelty end? Tricky.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to assess what the village still has, and then make my decision after I kind of know what I'm working with.
Why don't you make me a investigation check?
Nine.
9. You would see that Phthia does have farmland. Not everybody is up here from Phthia, and not everybody got hit hard as others, so the more inland farms maybe were spared. So there may be some farms out there that got away a little bit with more than others. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. As for the resources in here, like I said, the king has opened up his own the royal stores to, make sure everybody's fed. So food looks like it's it doesn't look like it's the worst around here. What is missing is people. That is the resource that is like fucked. Like there's just like not enough people to go around. There's like too much to be done and not enough people to do it. The village needs to be rebuilt. People need to be fed. Medicine needs to be tended to. The priests need to do priestly things. The farmers need to sort of salvage the farmlands. People need to salvage and build. And there's just not enough hands to do it all. So if you're looking for the scarce resource, it's manpower.
But human sacrifices are kind of frowned upon, right?
Yeah, they are super, super frowned upon. They're not seen upon cruelly by the gods, but it isn't considered civil. It's pretty extreme.
So would it be a sacrifice to throw like a party in honor of Poseidon, because that pulls the manpower away from, like, it's a redistribution of resources, if that makes sense? Like,
an offering, a sacrifice, is a very intentional act, whereas like it's the difference between being in the elements of a god and actively like sacrificing, donating, taking time to appease the gods. Like, for example, like sailing the ocean isn't like a prayer to Poseidon. Like, just by the grace of being on a boat doesn't mean that you're praying to Poseidon. And in the same sense, going to a party isn't praying to Dionysus. You know what I mean? Or like being rained on isn't praying to Zeus. It's a very active, very intentional act to do rites and sacrifices and appeasements for the gods and prayers.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, if the whole town's doing that instead of rebuilding the town, like, would that act be considered a sacrifice in itself? Because that's what they need to do. Like, they're setting aside what they need to do for something that would appease the gods.
Make me a religion check.
Natural 20 for 19.
So long, it would be more apt to say like it would have to be like a religious ceremony. You couldn't just go to the tavern and drink. Like, there would have to be a very intentional direction steered towards Dionysus. Like, prayers would be had, rites would be had. But yeah, drinking and dancing and imbibing and celebrating. You could talk to Thyia about it. She'd probably know more about how to properly pull it off. But you don't think it's like beyond, you don't think it's wrong. You think it's definitely a possibility.
Okay. Well, whatever. I think for now I'm just going to try to find something to kill. I think the key is like sense. Yeah, I think the key is like, I see that you're like trying to get a loophole here where you're like, I don't want to like take away from their resources, whether that be manpower, whether that be food, whether that be whatever. And instead we'll just have like a big party one night and then go work tomorrow, right? To try and find the thing. And while that may work, it will have lesser value. So there isn't really like a loophole here. The greater the sacrifice, the greater the gain. So if you party one night and... Yeah, I'm not trying to find a loophole. I'm trying to figure out what the greatest sacrifice would be. And if you said it was manpower, then it makes sense to pull manpower away. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got you.
So that's not a greater sacrifice, is what I'm understanding? Than like if you killed something?
Well, it depends how long you're partying for. Are you like taking a week off Or are you taking a day off? Or are you just partying one night? These things matter, right? So while yeah, it could potentially be it could be considered a sacrifice if done right. The length of the sacrifice of that manpower and that building time does matter.
I think Vasiliki's just gonna stick to what she knows and just try to find something to kill.
Okay, so here's what we'll say. We will go to, let me think here. Hang on, let me just think for a moment. Okay, we could just go to like, you guys kind of work away the day a little bit here. You do your medicine, Thyia. Vasaliki, you're gonna go out for a hunt, try and get some food. You have to travel a little bit out of town. It'll probably take you a couple hours to like go out to somewhere where nature actually thrives, like away from the farmlands of Phthia, and then make a hunt and then haul it all the way back. It's probably gonna be a full the rest of your day. You'll probably be back in the evening with your kill.
Oh, I don't want to kill it out there. I want to bring it back.
Okay, capture a beast. And it isn't unusual for a hunter to like leave for a couple days for a hunt and then come back. So you could technically do that if you wanted to, but you could just go out and try and hunt, try and see if you capture something. Why don't you just make me a survival check? And Candybus, I assume you're just kind of taking on a leadership role on behalf of your father for the day?
Yeah.
Why don't you make me a, let's say, let me ask you, Candybus. What is Candybus' style of leadership? Is it skilled logistics? Is it sort of like raising morale? How do you intend to serve your people best as a leader?
I think his strong suit would be raising morale.
Okay. Why don't you make an insight check to figure out like who's hurting and what it would take to kind of make them feel a bit better, or what everybody's feeling, what it would take to make everyone feel a bit better.
That'll be 22.
You do a great job. You realize that your father opening up the royal storehouse is like a show of like, when you suffer, I suffer kind of thing, like we suffer together. Didn't necessarily need to do it, but the surplus of food is a good morale booster, and you play into that. You go get food and you like personally hand out to people a bit. Not enough to like hurt the royal stores for winter, but you play into that. You personally hand bread to people, and you help raise people's spirits. And like, you don't sit around and do music, because that's not what people are doing around here, right? They might think that's almost a little like lazy. But you focus on projects that are going to like help strengthen the spirit of the people. So getting them places to sleep, getting them food, getting them what they need, and maybe even giving them a little bit of what they want, because that's always good for raising morale. Maybe in the evening might be the time for some song. But yeah, you do an excellent job kind of rallying the people of Phthia a little bit. Vasaliki, how's your hunt go?
18.
18. Okay, let's see here. Because you're good at captured alive, I'm going to raise the DC slightly, because that's a little harder to do. Sorry, what was the number?
18.
18? You have success capturing some like rabbits. Nothing like a deer, nothing like a goat, unfortunately. But you capture like 3 or 4 like hares. Like, you use some snares, basically. You make some rudimentary snares, and you catch them. They're pain in the ass to haul back, because they, try and get away and fight and freak
Put 'em in
out.
a bag.
All right, you toss them in a bag. Every now and then you give it like a stop struggling. Okay, that's really terrible, actually. That's really bad. But you haul back a bag with a couple of hares. It's a little annoying, but you come back late that evening with some hares. I will say, Candybus, you see some people who are helping to rally people. Xanthos is doing well. Romulus is doing well. Your sister is actually kind of like, speaking of Poseidon, she seems to be, in a religious way, kind of like doing her best to appease Poseidon and praising. They're like, Poseidon has given us wrath because he has been angered. Let us do what we can to not anger the sea god. Perhaps he is angry because we have taken a bounty from the sea for as long as my father has sat on his throne, which has been longer than any human life. And what have we shown Poseidon in thanks? Perhaps not enough. So let us come together. And she's very much doing her best to kind of like help the people understand maybe why Poseidon might be angry, some reasons why. It's like, how many fish have we taken from the sea? And what have we given back to the great god? And these things. Your brother helps your sister. He's also kind of steering into the religion a little bit, but he is doing his best to kind of like bring people together. This farmer has goats, and this person has extra timber, and he kind of is like, well, you two trade. You give him timber, he'll give you goats. You have food, he has timber to repair his roof so that he might shelter any rain that may come. And he's very good at sort of like helping people like realize what they have to give one another in trade. You help with morale, and your mother kind of tends to your father a bit. Vasaliki comes back with some hares. Melantho is very appreciative. Princess Melantho says hello to you, Vasaliki. Being an elven woman, there's an immediate fascination with you because she's elven and she's an elven girl, and you're an elven girl, and she lives in the sort of this society where she doesn't have a voice. You will notice that like the mother said, ask your like when taking the king away, said, ask your princes, they will run, they'll make sure everything runs smoothly. Didn't involve her because she's a woman, right? So she lives in that society. So she's very interested by it.
How old is she?
Great question. Candybus, she's your younger sister? Would you have had, it's your choice. Would you have had her younger or older?
Yeah, I have Candybus marked down as the second youngest, so yeah, she'll probably be the youngest of the siblings.
Okay, magnificent. She is very young, and she's very pretty. Even by elven standards, she's very pretty. I wouldn't say that she's like the gem of Thessaly, but certainly delightful to look at. She has her mother's red hair, and she has sort of the gleam in her eyes. You approach, and she says, "These are offerings."
That's right. We hope to appease Poseidon with these. And she'll hold up the bag that's probably like bouncing around.
She seems a little starstruck that you achieved this. You haven't really, and you're not really sure necessarily why she's so shocked that you succeeded in doing this. You're like, I mean, I'm a fucking hunter, demigod, I'm a warrior. Like, why is this so surprising, right? You see that despite herself, her eyes kind of flick down to where your breast is missing. Just like unconsciously finds her eyes flicking in that direction curiously, but is very much takes the bag. She goes, I will make these sacrifices. I'll make these sacrifices this very night. If you wish to be a part of it, you of course could. You caught them after all. Whatever would make you happy.
Sure, I would be happy to assist, and alongside your own piety, absolutely.
Excellent, thank you. I will say, yeah, Thyia, you're given a bit of a wide berth after the leg breaking into the correct position. Nobody really knows to be thankful yet, so they're like, don't mess with her, she'll literally break your fucking arm. Is generally what the rumor is. Unfortunately, a bit of a thankless job, medicine, but you are satisfied to know that you have helped people. And maybe receive some kind looks from your friends who have heard of it. Candybus, as the night's growing later, Um, well, actually, this is just kind of a general call. As the sun begins to go down, your brother says, "You know where your room is, brother. We will find places for your guests, and if there's, welcome home."
Oh, thank you. It's both a blessing and a curse.
I suppose so.
Yeah, it's good to be home.
He smiles at you, and with a confidence. He's not like your father. He isn't weary. He has a confidence about him, though there is a little like a grimness about the whole situation. And he claps you on the shoulder and wishes you good night. That night, Vasaliki, tribute is had. I'm sure Xanthos helps out, being a prolific cleric. Melantho, I think, will like say a couple of words on behalf of like the royal family, as would be important. But Xanthos would be sort of the master of ceremonies, being a cleric. You would be involved, Vasiliki, if you wished to actually like cut the sacrifices. You could, which would probably be good sacrifices. I mean, fresh meat is it's a good morale booster and could be helpful. So it's a decent sacrifice. Would you? Is that how you'd like to? How would you like to be a part of the ceremony, Vasiliki? You had mentioned that.
I will say a prayer to Poseidon and help sacrifice one of the rabbits, I guess.
Excellent. Yeah, you guys actually probably come down from the Acropolis to the muddy village and to like where the mud meets the shore and make these sacrifices and bleed the rabbits into the ocean with torches and make these prayers and omens. And Melanto says, "Mighty Poseidon, we ask for your mercy. We give you these offerings in apology for any foolishness we may have had towards your domain." And Xanthos says many prayers in the celestial tongue, leads many hymns, rites are had, incense burned. Um, and okay, this is kind of fun. Okay, here's what's going to happen. Vasiliki, I'm going to roll for Xanthos, I'm going to roll for Melantho, and I'm going to roll for you, or you're going to roll for you, sorry. Roll me a religion check, but I want you to use your wisdom modifier rather than your intelligence, and this is about your the genuine piety you have.
15.
Okay. Bit of a skill challenge here. Oh, I haven't had music bumping for a minute, have I? Xanthos does his prayers well. He's a very compassionate individual. But you sense that there's an undertone of like, it's less about like, sympathy for the people. There's definitely sympathy for the people, but it's less about like appeasement to Poseidon and more like anger at Poseidon. Like, fuck you. There's a bit of an undertone of like, fuck you from Xanthos. And like nobody else really picks up on it, but you know him well enough to be like, oh, yeah, come on, man. Where he's like more angry at Poseidon than fearing Poseidon. Melanto is very, very is very much the stark opposite. She sympathizes with Poseidon. She accepts the responsibility of her people maybe not having done enough for Poseidon, very much. And what happens is this. I need to make some sounds happen here. I need a proper atmosphere.
Can I skin one of the rabbits?
Not if it's a sacrifice, unfortunately. Yeah, you
Well,
can't.
it was gonna still be part of the offering. I don't know. I had an idea of something to do with this skin.
Oh,
as
sure.
part
If
of
it's
the
still part of the offering, then go right ahead.
Yeah, okay, so I'll skin one of, well, sure, I'll do it, and it might be a bad idea, but I'll do it anyway. I'll skin it and keep the skin, but it is still part of the offering. You'll see what I plan to do with it.
Is there anything happening in this particular rite?
Not right this second.
Okay. Okay, cool. What happens is this, as you three and maybe a couple of torchbearers from around Phthia stand on the shoreline. I'm going to get some minis out. There's actually probably going to be a pretty good moment here. Come on here. Okay, here we go. Sure, we'll put her here. Not going to want to do this. There we go. Okay, as you stand on the edge of the water, you hear the shore lapping as the hymns are made. And eventually, the water is going to kind of ripple with a greater intensity. And this is good. It's sort of almost like an acknowledgement of the rite. Melantho looks pleased, and Xanthos looks as neutral as ever. And from the water, all of you, perhaps with shock, are going to see Poseidon rise from the water. As he does appear before you immediately, rising from it, the great cockle shell crowned king. He is the lord of the seas, and he does sort of emerge to his grand height, to the shock of all. He grins with all of the fury of the sea, for that is what the sea is. He is dark and fathomless, and his temper only merely contained behind the whatever may just be on the surface, as if he could crash into a storm at any moment. But Poseidon does arrive. And he looks down ferociously. And he says, "These rites are pitiful. I have destroyed this town. And yet, a couple of rabbits is all that is given, not even in their entirety," as he sort of glares at you, Vasaliki. And he looks at Xanthos and says, "And the priest to conduct this ceremony, though favor be given to him from Mount Olympus, does so snidely, with his nose, thinking himself knowing better than my wrath." Xanthos you see his knuckles, he kind of balls a fist, sort of holding back his, what frustrations he may have with Poseidon, who sort of sneers at him. He says, "The only reason I do not do worse this day is that I know that there is at least one here in this chamber." And he'll look at Melantho and say, "Princess Melantho, Phthia, I see in your heart a goodness and a piety. You understand the sea, and you, like few in this city, have thought to appease me, of properly and fully in heart. He looks to Xanthos and says, "You have failed worst of all. You go now. And know the only reason I don't drown you in this moment is because of my brother, the Lord of the Dead. Be gone from my sight." Xanthos kind of, "As you say," and he will leave with a bit of a tempered stalk. And he'll look to you, Vasaliki, and kind of, "Yes. What did you hope to gain by stealing part of my offer?"
I do not wish to steal it. I wish to only give it back to you in the form of a pouch given to dear Princess Melantho to go to the sea and fill the pouch every day with the ocean water so she never forgets. Again, her people, she never forgets again that her people owe what her people owe to you, Poseidon. And she will act as a shepherd for her people to ensure the proper offerings are always made to you.
Make a persuasion check. That is very good.
I would like Hera to help me out with advantage on this check.
Okay.
15.
15. You say these things, and he looks difficult to fully initially understand like where his head's at, but he almost seems to like, for a moment there, and this is flavor for your advantage a little bit, almost like look past you for a moment, as if he were considering like a third or something else in the scene. And you might be tempted to look over your shoulder like what he's looking at and see nothing. But you look back to him as he stares down at you and says, "Ah, I see now. Very fine. Very fine, a knight and an offering. Very well. You may proceed with it, Vasaliki. And you may do so with my favor." And he looks over Melantho and says, "Would you accept this gift from me? He says from me, by the way. Remember that. He says, "Would you accept my gift, Melantho, from my offering?" And you go, she's like overwhelmed with the sight of a god. She's seeing a god. There's a god. You're like, Tuesday. But for her, this is like a lifetime experience. She goes, I would be honored, great Poseidon. Thank you. I will fill it with water every day, and I will sing your praises every day. You honor me. Thank you. And he smiles at her and says, Without looking at you, Vasaliki says, "You may go. There are private things I will discuss with Melantho."
Oh boy. Yeah, she'll turn to Melantho and say, she'll kind of touch her gently on the arm and say, your offering does not end quite yet. Be brave. And she'll leave her with Poseidon.
You see, she's ecstatic. Like she seems like, oh, I don't have a private audience. Like you can see the like, she's having like almost like a divine ecstasy. Like she's having this communion with the god himself, and he wants a personal audience with her, and then she's flattered and all of these things, very much like, you know, the celebrity's shown up and given her personal attention, like fucking, you know. And she goes, and she looks at you and smiles and says, I will. Thank you. I will see you later. And looks at you conspiratorially, like she'll tell you everything later, you know. And you may leave. And as you leave behind you, you do hear the mighty steps of Poseidon sort of wading through the water closer to her as you leave the scene. Meanwhile, up on the Acropolis once more, as we leave the god of the sea and the princess of Phthia behind. Is there any last things you'd like to do tonight, Candybus, Thyia?
I think I'll work on a song for my people about the many trials they have faced, and yet they persevere.
Excellent. Magnificent. Why don't you roll me a performance check?
That will be 23.
23. The Greeks love a tragedy. And I think it is largely a spiritual understanding that it is a healing thing to hear a tragedy. So you sing a tragic song about the suffering of Phthia, but you highlight the resolve of those who remain and the perseverance of what is to come, and that Phthia will not be lost to this transgression. She will find a way forward. And while it evokes sadness in all, it also evokes resolve in all. There is a dignified sorrow that you leave them with. And as you return to the palace, many sort of touch you on the shoulder, shake your hand. Some ladies will kiss you on the cheek, maybe, and thank you for your compassion, which is what you've done. Now, before I forget, Vasaliki, I am going to give you a point of favor with Poseidon, as your offering pleased him. You're at -1, now you're at 0. Okay. Anything for you, Thyia?
Yeah, I think by the end of the night, she's going to like write down what she saw, what she did, like make record, and probably sing like little song to Apollo. Just like it is not going to be grand song, and she's going to sing it like quietly because she's not a bard, but she's doing medicine and it is his thing. So thank you, because people will not die so much.
Okay. All right. You're gonna do some writing. You're gonna document your travels. All right. Do you have like something to write in?
She has calligrapher supplies, and she has a, in quotes, book. I don't know. It's a scroll of papyrus.
Yeah.
It's a...
I got you. You're totally good. You're totally good. You do a little writing of what you've seen, what you saw. You write prolifically with calligraphy. I guess your education wasn't just in the woods with the herbology and the Maeonids, but perhaps amongst the educated priests of the sanctuary as well. And you sing a little song to Apollo. Incredible. Okay. The next day comes. You all get a long rest. You all sleep in beds. I'll remind you all that the rooms are small, but this is considered grand by ancient standard. Like your like 3-star room minus the size. I'm referring to the size. Your 3-star sort of 2-bedroom would be considered like a prince's room, which is what Candybus would think of. The rest of you would be in a much more smaller room, but a room that is private, which is privacy is a very huge commodity. It's a very great luxury to be given. So you guys are in these little rooms. By today's standards, maybe a little bit cramped, but it's by those standards, very, very fine accommodations. And you all rest. As you rise the next morning, things are going to get interesting.
Oh, they haven't already?
Well, I'm glad you think so. They're already. Well, let me put it this way: more interesting. You all wake up that morning. You maybe have some food in the throne room hall. Your father is not yet out. You guys kind of sit in various places and have some food. Vasaliki, Melanto will find you, and she comes up to you with a big old smile on her face. And she sits down to you and will sort of hug your arm and speak to you quietly, conspiratorially, like girls are talking. And she'll say, Vasaliki, I had the most amazing night last night.
Tell me more. I would love to hear it all.
Well, after you left, me and Poseidon, we spent time together. We spent quite a bit of time together, and he is magnificent. He's so powerful, and he's cruel as the sea, and he's mysterious and dark and brooding and deep and well, we're in love.
Wow, that's incredible. I am happy for you, princess.
Thank you. I know I couldn't believe it. He is wow, he did things I never thought were possible. We did them together. It was amazing. I've never felt this way for anyone in my entire life. I'm so happy.
And I am happy for you. It's a privilege to be chosen by the gods in such a way, and you must have pleased him greatly to receive such bounty and such attention. I am proud of you. I am very happy for you.
Thanks. And she sort of giggles to stake you, and she'll kind of just, I don't know, start going into he told me this and about that and whatever. And by every sense of things, she's enamored by his power, his station, his divinity, his godliness, and he has all these things she says, and she's maybe, I don't know, you don't know how it's probably genuine. It's up to you to decide.
You mean genuine on her part or Poseidon's part?
Oh, it's definitely genuine on her part. No check required.
Okay.
You can make an insight check for Poseidon's side.
Sure. I don't know much about Poseidon, so 16?
By what she describes and the things he says, they are surprisingly compassionate, unexpectedly, dare I say, genuine and romantic and all of these things, right? And it sounds like if this is all to be believed, it sounds like he's super into her. But the gods are the gods. They grow bored of things. So maybe he loves her today and won't tomorrow. you don't know. That's not something that your insight check can tell you, but it seems that for the moment, the two of them seem to be, beloved to each other.
Yeah. Enjoy this moment, princess, and I'm sure you will bring many blessings to your home for your piety. And Candybus and King Amphion are going to try to build a temple for Poseidon. Perhaps you could take up stewardship and lead your people in the ways of Poseidon.
He would love that. I know he would. It would certainly make him happy to have a temple. That's such a wonderful idea. Oh, can I ask you something? I know my brother, but I am younger than him, and well, the world of men there's so much more to it than I could ever know. But you're a warrior, and you're also a demigod. You're so much more than I could ever be, and I don't know. Maybe you know that world a little bit better, and you've been traveling with my brother. Do you think he'd be upset with me for being with Poseidon?
I think your brother might even celebrate such a union. I can't speak for him, of course, but from what I've seen, he's a prolific lover and celebrates love in all its forms. So,
You're his lover?
no, that's not what I said. I said,
But you said he's a prolific lover. Have you been with my brother? Are we going to be sisters?
No, not sisters by marriage by any way. We are sisters of womanhood, and I feel kinship with you there, but no, unfortunately, his escapades are not private, and we've become quite familiar with his ways, let's say.
Oh, I understand what you mean. Oh, no, I share a wall with Candybus, so I understand what you mean by that. Okay, I'll tell him. And she'll give you a friendly kiss on the cheek, because they're fucking European. Kissing's not a big deal over there.
Especially here.
Especially here in Phthia, where everyone's just. But actually, before she gets up, the hall rises. The king enters with his wife. And the king sits, and he looks less weary today and more grave, like he is on the cusp of something. Something has shifted in him. He will smile at each of his children as he takes the throne, including you, Candybus. And he will say, and there's many people gathered here. Priests, anybody of importance seems to be gathered in this hall. He says, my people, family, guests from far away, warriors, all. I have been king of Phthia for a very long time. As you all know, I have been king of Phthia since the great flood, the one that ravaged our world. I saw the world before and saw it destroyed, and worked hard to rebuild this place, a place to raise a family, and raise the family I have, and I'm proud to be your king. But I am old, and this flood has brought back memories. It has shown that the gods do not respect my reign in Phthia any longer. So I feel is necessary to make one final proclamation as king. I say to you all this. Phthia suffers. Yes, it suffers because of the flood. But it suffers in the future too. Not because we do not have allies and good neighbors. Not because we do not have bread or food to feed ourselves. Not because the seas do not provide or the trees do not fall and make timber. For none of these reasons. But because we do not have enough people in Phthia to rebuild with. There are too many wounded. There are not enough people to rebuild. And unless we find more people, it is with a grave heart that I say that perhaps Phthia may need to be abandoned. But that is why it is time for my reign to end. I shall step down from the throne of Phthia, and everyone kind of, what's there's definitely a disturbance, and it's true. Since the Great Flood, which was a fucking global apocalyptic event, so basically since the dawn of humanity, literally, he has been king here in Phthia. So this is huge. This is a king he's been king here for many generations, longer than anyone who can remember. Only him and his wife can remember when it actually began. He says, so with that, Phthia will need a new king. And I know how I will decide who this new king will be. I will not necessarily choose someone from my bloodline. I will choose one who proves that they are the best for Phthia. I task anyone who would take up the cause, to find a way to save Phthia from its end. To give it people, to bring people, to allow it the opportunity to rebuild. Whoever achieves this to my satisfaction, whoever can give Phthia people, more people to rebuild with, it is to this person I will reward the crown of Phthia, and that person will reign as sovereign of this city, of my city. And there is some hubbub. People begin to plot. And he says, this is all I have to say this morning. So go, find a way. Bring Phthia people to rebuild it with, to my satisfaction. You'll have the crown. Go. So people kind of start whispering and talking in hushed tones and about Deucalion leaving, and in disbelief, Deucalion not king in Phthia, it has never been. Phthia without Deucalion, it doesn't. Could it ever exist? Could it ever be? Other people immediately begin to speak with greedily about the crown, about the not greedily, but we're not going to use the word greedily. This isn't that kind of setting. But speak with excitement, like speak crown a king. This would be magnificent, glorious. They're like, well, how are we going to do this? Because one person says, well, we should head north and see if there are people who would come from the nearby neighbors and come here to be a part of Phthia. And he goes, maybe go south to Thebes. Amphion rolls his eyes. And other people speak like perhaps the gods have an answer. People begin to plot. And Candybus, you're going to feel a hand on your shoulder. And he says, you're going to hear the words, God damn it. Oh, it's gone. The seer, who told you to see him tomorrow, he said, the words of your father have been made. Come find me when you're ready. I have made sense of my visions. There are paths forward. And he will tap his staff all the way out of the palace.
Like, he's just going on to the next person and telling him the same thing.
No, he very pointedly says it to you, but that would be fun. That would be very funny. Yeah, and he makes his way out. Zethus looks a little greedily. Like, no, again, I gotta stop using the word greedily because that's not what this is about. So, it's a very normal thing. It's a very glorious thing to do, a very worthy thing to do, especially for a son of Zeus. Zethus, son of Zeus, would wish to perhaps be a king in his own right, and he begins to have that look in his eye, and maybe begins to try and find people in the hall who might join him. His brother shakes his head, being a king of another land. It would be wrong of him to. Well, in his mind, be wrong too, whether it is or not, to put him on the throne. But let us go to our break. And when we come back, we might see what the prophecy is, what the signs say, and what we might do. Maybe yet, Candybus, you might be king here.
Perhaps.
Perhaps,
It'll take some time.
For sure.
million. Yeah, we're like, that was like a third.
Yeah, that break went on a little while back. Hey, up to it. We got a throne or a crown to get. So, welcome back. What do you do? There is choices to be had. Will you set off immediately to find your neighbors to bring people to restock Phthia with the manpower it needs to regrow? Will you speak to the Oracle, who has a vision to share? Will you beseech the gods? It's your choice. What will you do?
I mean, I'm gonna go see what Tiresias has to say.
Boom shakalaka. Let's do it. All right. Oh, go ahead.
I would ask Candybus, so do you have eyes for the crown?
Honestly, no. But I don't want it to fall into the hands of somebody that's not from here. It's a big
So-
responsibility.
It is. The crown is heavy, and so do you wish to seek it? Or are you going to participate in this competition?
I mean, I'm going to participate because that's what Phthia needs right now.
Then I will help in any way I can.
Thank you. During the speech, I spoke briefly with Tiresias. He said his vision has become clear, so I'm going to see exactly what he sees.
Sure. Would you like company?
By all means, the more the merrier.
Excellent. Yeah, she'll tag along.
And Thyia will also follow.
Excellent. Okay. You head out and you bump into Tiresias, or he bumps into you probably. Tiresias, and he feels your face. He goes, yeah, Candybus, good. All right. Are you ready to hear what prophecy foretells?
I am.
Then hear me, and know this to be the fates, the destinies, what could come to pass and what may not. This city will find its champion soon. It will not wait for people to travel as far as Thebes, or even travel as far north as Ilokos and negotiate people in return. No. It is not in these ways that Phthia will be saved, but he will be saved by a young warrior. A young warrior alone will travel the wilds in seek of an old king. It is this old king who will help him perform the miracle that will save Phthia. It will not happen in weeks. It will happen in days, and he is here amongst us. You will know him by that he wields a spear and piety in equal measure, that he may not be demigod, but he has the heart of one. He has the love of the gods, and he has strength in his young arms, and he may be successful. Should he fail, well, I can't see that far along. But I know that the omens point to this one succeeding. Will you follow him? Will you see if he will be tyrant or be wise? That is for you to decide. But it is in he who will succeed. If nothing stops him, of course, or does better. Master. I see, Vasaliki. I foresaw that you would sneeze. But I was talking.
This young warrior, he's here now.
You will not find him hard to pick out of the crowd. He'll be wielded with a simple spear. Strong of body, young, brown of hair, unbearded. I see his face in my mind's eye, but not his name. A pious warrior who will seek his solution alone. At least at first, so long as nobody comes along, mucks up his plans or whatever.
Okay. Can I scan the crowd and see if I can pick this guy out?
Make a perception check.
Can I offer guidance to Candybus?
Yeah. To which god does guidance come from?
It would be Apollo.
Ah.
Using his. I'm not going to touch Candybus because I've got 30 feet range on it, so it would be Apollo.
Sure.
What? I'm right here.
Yeah, we will say Vasaliki's favor allows you to glimpse into the mind of Tiresias, which will aid you in being able to seek out the face of this man.
17.
17. Look around. For who you seek, there's many spearmen, but Tiresias says he would be armed only with spear and with piety. So he's probably unarmored. So you look around for someone unarmored with a spear. It's definitely a much smaller margin. There's a handful of such individuals. You said he would travel alone. That narrows it down even further. Until, you spy this one man, brown of hair, no beard. He, at this time, wears a very simple sort of white tunic, as any young warrior may. He's young, but not so young. He has dirty blonde hair that looks brown more than blonde, really. You just kind of see him off to the side, kind of making his way out of the throne room, and kind of he finds a corner to kind of kneel down and sort through his bag, and he looks like he's kind of getting himself ready to go. But you do see this man. He's young, but he's not a child. He's kind of probably around. Well, he's a human. It's worth noting. He's a human. Does not look to be a demigod, but he does have his health and his strength about him.
I think I've spotted our warrior.
Excellent. We must approach then.
Indeed. Let's get ourselves acquainted.
All right. You approach the young man. He flings it over his back. This bronze-skinned youth puffs his chest out proudly. As you all approach him, he sort of looks uneasily at you all. He says, hello. You're the Prince Candybus. It's good to meet you, my prince.
The very same, yes. I swear I've seen you here before.
Yes, I was born and raised here in Phthia. Not in, and no son of a king, of course. But perhaps, if I am lucky, I might be a king as well. I have some ideas about how I might achieve such a thing, perhaps.
Really? What are some of these ideas?
He squints and says, with all due respect, good prince, I am sure you must yearn for your father's throne. It would be unwise of me to just tell you what I have planned, if I think to myself to be successful. Oh, do I know you won't try and use my ideas against me?
You have my word as a man and as a prince. I have no interest in ruling. I'd only want to see my city prosper.
A son who does not yearn for his father's throne? I don't know if I've ever heard of such a thing.
Well, now you have.
Make a persuasion check. Maybe a little higher. He seems cautiously, he seems very cautious.
Okay. Is the guidance still going? Is that only for one check?
Yeah, it's for one check. Oh, it is for one check, so yeah,
Okay.
it would have gone.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. He looks at you. He says, well, you are still the Prince of Phthia. It would be rude of me not to be honest, I suppose, without, before such a time has come and gone. Let me think. Well, I've heard rumors. You know, as I'm sure you do, Prince Candybus, Pythia's perhaps greatest ally is Aegina. And they say that the old king of Aegina, is a wise and pious man. He has since left his kingdom to one of his sons, and he wanders. I heard a rumor a couple of days ago that he was wandering in this direction, or had been in the area. I had thought to check the roads and see if he might be around. I would seek him in his wisdom of the gods and his knowledge of their powers, if he would know of a solution.
Quite interesting. Would you like some company in your journey?
I make another persuasion check. He is cautious of rivals, it seems.
That'll be 24.
24. Says, I will agree if you all wish to come along, so long as you swear on the name of Zeus himself that you have no intentions of tricking me for your own ends.
So long as your heart is pure, I swear.
I can accept that. Prince of Phthia, I apologize my caution, but I just want to be careful. All right, well, thank you for sharing the road. Yes, let us see if we can find the wayward old king. He himself, I believe, is a son of Zeus. So if anyone would know, it would seem fitting that a son of Zeus would be the one to have a solution that could lead to a throne.
I mean, we traveled with a daughter of Zeus, you know.
You do? He looks between Thyia and Vasaliki.
Choose carefully.
What does this mean? Are those finger arrows?
That's right. Bolts of lightning. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That is very cool. I'm not going to lie, that's very cool. Well, it's an honor to meet you. Perhaps, I guess we seek your brother. Unless, of course, you, daughter of Zeus, would have wisdom yourself to share about how to complete this challenge the great king has beset.
I perhaps have an idea or two, but I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Fair enough. And he will look to you, Thyia, and say, I do not believe we have met. What is your name?
I am Thyia.
Thyia.
She'll
Is
put
it
her
wrong
hand
to-
out to shake.
Yeah, he'll shake your hand and be like, it's an honor to meet you. You are,
It is
and he looks at your pelt and your weapons. He goes, you look to be quite a warrior, not unlike daughter of Zeus herself.
I would like to think that we have similarities. I have something to look up to. She's a good example for me.
I see. Oh, I'm very sorry. I've been most rude. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peleus.
It is
Very
very
well.
good to meet you.
Good to meet all of you as well. Very well. Let us go. And Peleus you'll set out. You guys wander down through the swamp and whatnot, and he will lead the charge, so to speak. He says, now, if I were on the road and I were traveling in unknown lands, I would keep close to water. Obviously, he's not in a village, so that leads me to believe that it might be wise to travel up the Esperchio River and see if he camps near it. He might have water and need to hunt, being an old man, perhaps. Or actually, being an old man, perhaps it might be wiser to catch fish than to string a bow like a great Amazon.
Okay.
Quite wise.
Well, thank you for saying so. And you guys begin to travel. Okay, beautiful. So he begins to make his way across he finds his way to the river, which is not far by, and travel down the river. Okay. You guys will begin your little journey as you travel down. And he will, as he goes, occasionally he'll like say little words to the gods. He'll say, Artemis, may you help us find what we are looking for. Or he'll say, like, Poseidon, may the rivers not rise up and swallow us, please. And just like here and there where appropriate, he'll say little prayers and such, and say, and especially to Zeus, he's saying, may I have your favor for this throne to come, and all your blessings. Little things like that. I'm going to say Amphion stays behind. He says, I have no designs upon the throne as I have my own. I will stay and I will keep trying to do what I can to patch up Phthia as best I can. He'll play his lyre. I'm going to say your prophet, he says, I'm not going out there. Fuck that. I will wait around here for when you're done with your hero work. It's far more comfortable here, and it sounds like you'll be back. So I will stay here and not bump into trees and trip on rocks. Is there anything you need before you go? Any special prophecies and such? Great. Cool.
Not to my knowledge. No.
Thank
I'll
you
take
so much.
the day off. Oh, you're so welcome, Thyia. You're so welcome. And he'll find somewhere to sit. You're very bored. Very bored being blind. But Zethus has gone off eagerly to find people who may assist him in the hunting of this throne, as perhaps he thought Candybus would seek the throne and would seek the throne for himself. Okay. You travel down the river for a while, and it's nice here. The wilds are nice around Phthia, Candybus. You find yourself having a little nostalgia of when you were a younger man and you and your siblings would come out to the river and go swimming for the day. You find all the old spots. You might think to point them out to various people and be like, oh, and that's where we would, sun on the beach. That's that little cove over there is where we'd sun. You filled with sort of childhood memories of the river and the woods.
The elves of Phthia invented skinny dipping.
Yes, because is that so? I honestly did not know that.
It's very true.
Oh. Huh. Surprised that required inventing, frankly. But hey, what am I? Sure. He just shakes his head a bit. Yeah. So as you travel, it is not all going to be just fun. God forbid. As you guys travel down the river with this warrior in tow, Candybus, you wanted to get, while I'm setting things up, you said you wanted to get the measure of this guy and make sure he's worthy enough.
Yeah.
Did you want to speak to him at all during the travel?
Yeah, sure.
Or any of you?
Just try and pick his brain, see what his plans are for once he becomes king.
Absolutely. What do I have planned for when I become king? Well, I don't want to make plans for something I do not yet possess, but if I were to become king, the first order of business would be erecting a temple to Poseidon. The god of the sea has shown his ire to us, and it is not beyond his power to finish us off, I guess would be the unsavory way of putting it. So I would see the gods appeased first and foremost, see that they are, for nothing happens without the pleasure of the gods. If Poseidon is pleased, perhaps his brother Zeus will be pleased with my rule as well, and give me the wisdom to show our people the path forward. We are well armed, well supplied, it seems, to a degree. So honestly, rebuilding and starting with a temple.
Very wise. Prior to my father stepping down, that was my plan for the reconstruction.
Then I am honored to share the mind of a royal. If I might ask you in return, Candybus, Phthia is your home, Palace is your home. Why do you not seek your father's throne? Surprises me.
It could become messy. There are so many people that eye that position, and it results in making difficult yet necessary decisions that I don't think I am prepared to make at this time. I want to travel the lands and spread my word. I do not want to be anchored to my hometown, though I love it much.
Well, if all works out and I become the next king of Phthia, sounds strange to say, it'd be honorable for you to return whatever you wish. If all works out, it seems that I will be owing you that at least.
Thank you.
Okay. Travel along. The first thing that happens on your journey, after the first hour or two, is the river runs with a certain intensity, Candybus, that you might not expect. All this water sloshed in, but for some reason the river flows almost angrily down the water. And Peleus will go so far as to comment. He says, "The river seems ferocious, does it not?"
It does. Quite hazardous.
And travel for a little bit more. And to that end, a great amount of water, like somebody released a levee or something from upriver, and water begins to rush down more intensely. Nothing to worry about for all of you. It's just an increased tide. But as that tide sort of marches in, it almost seems to sort of rise up next to you and fall into the water in a great splash. And rising from it You see a mighty man who is only but a bit shorter than Poseidon that you saw the other night, Vasaliki. You see this strong warrior, but with like pale skin covered in celestial lines of blue. He is strong, he is broad, and he is tall, and he is undoubtedly a god of some kind. There's something certainly divine about him as he rises from the water and looks at you all angrily. He says, "Hear me, travelers who would walk along my river, for I am the god Sperchios. I am god to this river, and it has been sullied. The tides have gone up and down. I am not at peace as my river is not. And if you wish to pass still without meeting my ire, I demand offering. I demand reason why I should allow it pass, that I might not seek to take my ire out upon you all."
Offering. Well, I can offer music. What do you desire?
He says, "I desire my river not be sullied so, for some nights past watered, flowed through and up, scattering the shorelines and making the fish and all things living within my tide rupture and shake. And then a great flood back down. All is not well in my river, and it tempers me so. How am I supposed to run this river with all of this unrest?"
Perhaps there is... We are in the process of building a temple to Poseidon down in Phthia. Hopefully, appeasing him will calm the waters.
He looks at you. He says, "It is a good start, I would say. But yet, not enough. It does not fix the damage that has been done to those who abide my river, who need it for sustenance. I will accept this sum, but I require more." Peleus will say, "Perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, there is some service we might provide you, mighty Sperchios. The good Prince Candybus asked what we might do to dissuade your wrath. Perhaps there is something we might seek on your behalf to please you, or something we might slay on your behalf." The river god looks interested by these ideas, and he'll look to you two, Thyia and Vasaliki. He says, "And what of you two? What do you have to say for yourselves traipsing upon my river when it is in a state of such distress?"
I have been looking for the herbs and things to heal the villagers and the people who were wounded by the waters. Is this not a good thing to heal the people?
"I care not for the land dwellers. I care for those things that live in my tide, the fish, the shells, the clams. These things are forgotten by the world of man. You take and you take, but you do not think of what lives below the tide. I care not for these people of this land you speak of. I care for my domain alone." And he'll look to you, Vasaliki, and says, "And you? What of you? You so prideful you'd face me in battle?"
I do not wish such a thing, no. I wish to honor the gods in all their glory, and so perhaps we could help restore the river by feeding your fishes.
Okay. He says, he thinks on these things, and some very good things were put forward. Candybus, you started us off. Why don't you roll with advantage? from the help from Thyia and Vasaliki. Though enraged, it does scrape the surface beneath the god, though he blusters so.
This is persuasion.
Yeah, persuasion. Persuasion to see if he's willing to give you a challenge to appease him.
22.
22. Says, very well. I will not spend my wrath upon all of you, only so long as you provide me a service, which I will allow you to choose between. You have offered to feed the animals, the fish, the creatures within my waters. Show me a service of skill to my rivers, and I shall allow you to pass unharmed. But should that not be within your ability, then I shall give you a task of seeking, of offering, of drowned relic to be retrieved and brought to me. You choose skill or exploration.
Well, a god such as yourself deserves both, don't you think?
He smiles widely. He says, yes. Yes, no, I think you're right, actually, now that I think of it. Yes, I will have both. You shall seek a drowned relic in my rivers and hand it to me of my choosing. You shall seek out a trident of a warrior who thought himself a servant of Poseidon, who came forward and thought to bring dominion to me before I slaughtered him. And his trident fell upon my waters. If you could find it and bring it to me, while also using what skills you have to aid my waters, rebuild its shores, help its fish and the creatures within, I will not assail you. I shall give you the rest of today and tomorrow to appease me, or my wrath will fall upon you, most mighty.
Understood.
Yep, you say understood. Peleus says, thank you, great and merciful Sperchios. And the river god will sort of fall into the water as if gravity takes him, and leaving a great splash of water upon the shoreline as the waters continue to rage in temper. And you have a challenge. You have must use your skills to aid the river and its ecosystem, I suppose, and also find this drowned trident within the waters of the river. And if you can do both things, will you please?
Do we have any idea where this trident might be?
He said it was drowned. Perhaps it is in the river itself. We could keep an eye as we travel upriver, maybe. But I don't know. Prince Candybus, you are the prince here. You perhaps know much about the comings and goings. Have you ever heard of such a person?
Have I?
Let's see. Make me a history check to see if you've ever heard of someone with a trident coming up here.
18.
18. Okay. Okay, here you go. You never met him on the mountain, but you recall leaving that there was at least one demigod in the pack who left with a trident in hand, and it was like kind of barnacled at the top. Probably a gift from his father. He looked very strong, and he had kind of the face of someone who scrunches it in anger a lot. It could have been this demigod making his way south from the mountain for all of you, who lost his trident to the rivers. You don't. What'd you roll?
18.
18. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You think about it and you're like, oh, what was his name? And eventually it comes to you. I just gotta adjust his hand out because I will give it to you.
It was Poseidon Jr.
It was Poseidon Jr., that's it. No, you recall his name was Skyro. And I'll give you the handout. You've never met him, but you guys sort of saw him, like passed by him up on the mountaintop during Zeus's summons. If he is here still or passed on, you do not know, but he had a trident pretty similar to what was described.
He was allegedly slaughtered.
Yeah, allegedly slaughtered. He said he spent his rage on him and he lost the trident to the river. He could be dead for all you know now.
Well,
Did you share that with the party?
Yes, yeah, of course.
Cool.
it will be quite difficult if someone has to go swim at bottom of river and go look for Big Fork.
Laius will say, this is the journey that I decided to undertake, and you have kindly been guests to my journey. I would not expect anyone to do this on my behalf. I am more than happy to do the swim, should we find it.
I'm trying to think of how I would track an item that was thrown in water like a decade or more ago.
This would have been days, maybe weeks ago.
Oh,
If
days, maybe
this
weeks
was
ago.
from this Skyrim individual, because he was on the mountain with you guys, and he came down the mountain with you guys.
That's when he did it. Okay, that's
Mhm.
actually it.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
this
if this is if this is who lost the trident to the river, that is. But it's very, very likely. I mean, how many people are wandering around with, magical tridents? Yeah.
I'll cast elevated sight. See what I can see.
Roll me a perception check. I will affect DC because you're casting this spell. Great spell. Love it. My favorite.
It's a 6.
You see a lot of river and you see a lot of trees.
Well, I don't see anything here, so perhaps we travel upriver and I can cast my bird's eye spell again and go from there. As far as appeasing him with skill, I can call forth worms from the ground and we can feed the fishes with the worms.
This sounds like a very good idea.
Yes, fantastic idea. I was just going to sing at the fish.
Maybe we do both.
Thyia, you my little naturalist. Do you want to make a nature check to see what kind of skills you could bring to the table here?
I would love to do that.
All right. Vasaliki with the worm feeding, Candybus with the morale, growing the morale of the fish. And Thyia,
There's 16 on the dice. Let me see what I add to it for 18.
18. You're not like a water person, like river stuff, but you do know that a lot of herbs, like there are certain herbs that grow on riverbanks and whatnot, right? And so you kind of look to the riverbanks and notice that, like, yeah, not the current tide, but surely like what we're gathering here is that when the big flood hit Phthia, it sent like a current upriver that kind of disrupted the shoreline. And in disrupting the shoreline, it kind of threw off the ecosystem a bit. So not the current tide, but you can clearly see in days past, there was like too much water in the river and it fucked up the shoreline. You see like drowned plants kind of tipped over or whatever. You think with your nature check, I'd require you to back up with a survival, lower DC because you rolled well in the nature. But you could think of different ways to kind of like naturalistically like kind of how do I put it? Foster like the ecology. This is a very technical word I'm using, but yeah, you can think of different ways to like maybe block the river a little bit here, a little bit of an artificial dam to make sure the river doesn't hit this side of the shore a little too hard, and so on and so forth. Just kind of make it like optimal so that those things on the shoreline can grow easier.
It was an 18.
An 18, yes, which is excellent. For the survival.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, beautiful. Then I will say that as you guys go along for the next couple of days, Thyia, you're going to keep an eye out on the river, and where the river looks like it's kind of hitting where it shouldn't be. You could like take note, and then when you walk a little bit more upriver, you'll be like, oh, if I just drop a rock here, it'll kind of change the current just a little bit, help out. And so you guys will see as the time goes on, Thyia just like find like a big old rock and plop it in over here. And if the tide were to change, it'll happen gradually rather than like kind of violently drown the shoreline. You kind of just like make little adjustments to the shoreline here to kind of help foster the growth that was already happening as you go, and you will provide exceptional skill to this over the next couple of days. Well done. Vasaliki, you said you wanted to get worms out of the. How are we doing that? That's cute. That's interesting.
Worm grunt.
What did you say to me?
Worm grunt.
Worm grunt?
Grunting, yeah.
What's worm grunting?
You take a stick and you put it in the ground, and you take another stick and rub it against that stick, and it creates vibrations in the ground that makes the worms come up. Google it.
I fully believe you. I 100% believe you. Because we live this Greek world will live in a time where that will probably be a very handy tool for getting worms to fish with. I'm not going to set a very high DC, but let's just see if Vasaliki knows that particular trick. Roll me a nature check, because this is sort of about intelligence and clever. I'll give you either or.
Or survival.
Yeah, nature or survival. Yeah, I'll give you.
Okay. So I rolled a 12 plus 5, 17.
Yeah, DC is 10. You absolutely know this little trick, so I think Candybus, you wouldn't know this. Thyia might. But you guys see Vasaliki just take 2 sticks, and everyone watches. Players watches everyone's watching. You just start doing that. Everyone's like, fucking. Thyia, you trust it because you got the medicine thing, and you're used to people not trusting your method. And like, give it a minute. And Candybus and Place are maybe like shocked to see like a bunch of worms start to come out of the ground around it. Whoa!
Oh, they're tiny dragons.
Tiny dragons. Roll for initiative. No, I'm kidding.
Worms.
Yeah. Oh yeah, worms. That's clever. Very good. Fucking dragon. No. But yeah, Vasaliki, you start doing this every now and then, and just start casting little wormies into the river. Where you see fish, and you just kind of feed the fish, and it's kind of fun. You see little fish kind of come up, and bob up, and get it, and very satisfying little like feeding the pigeons a little bit, feeding the fish. Candybus, you want to play songs for the fish? Hey, in ancient Greece, man, nothing's impossible. That legend has happened. That myth exists. Someone playing music at fish and something miraculous happening. Go ahead and roll me a performance check. I might make it a little bit higher. If there's any kind of magic you'd want to put into it, by all means. If you had like a animal friendship or something, or speak with animals or something along those lines, you might not.
No, I ain't got none of that. I just got these strings, man.
All right, we'll give it a roll. Let's see if we can make the fishies happy.
While he's playing, can
You know what? I'm gonna burn my inspiration for this.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I start ritual catch speak with animals?
You may not, because as a ranger, you're not a ritual caster. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
22.
22. Yeah, well, Vasaliki's like feeding worms and whatever, and they all get like a little school of them, starts to consolidate near the shore and eat the fishies. Candybus is like, oh, little fishies, down in the water, or whatever he starts to play. And you think maybe, just maybe, the little fishies kind of, I don't know, like, I don't exactly know what their behavior's like, but they seem to like, they get a little scared at first from the noise, but the worms kind of bring them in. They learn to trust the sound. After the worms are all spent from Vasaliki, they seem to kind of continue to swim around the shoreline where Candybus is playing, and they seem to like it, maybe.
They're dancing.
Dancing. Peleus, quite simply, while you guys are all doing these very practical things, he's going to be much more on the religious side of things, maybe supplementing your cleric who's not here. He kind of like, well, Vasaliki does her thing. He will, make little offerings here and there. Like, he seems to have, like, in his pouch, like, little carvings of, like, each god and incense and whatever. And he'll, like, light little things here and there. And he'll say, Lady Artemis, pay mercy to the beasts on the shores of these waters and in the waters. Let them prosper for a time before your hunt comes true and strikes. And you'll say, Poseidon, we work for your mercy. We work for your appeasement. May your servants, Sperkerios, this river, have its peace for a time. After your ferocity has proven itself so. And he'll basically do all he can to leave little offerings here and there, appease the gods. In the evening, when you set up camp, he'll take his spear and he'll do a hunt. And he'll catch like he catches like a goat. He gets like he catches a goat. Probably ran away from the village when he got hit by the tide, but he kind of brings it back to camp, and he'll sacrifice it, and he'll sacrifice it wholeheartedly to the river god, to Sperkios, and says, may this offering calm your wrath, for you have not been forgotten, that Phthia needs you, and that we honor your name. And he'll offer to the river itself, and we'll just like put the offering into the river to flow down once the rites have been completed. And all of you will provide skillfully. I will say this, passive perceptions. I'm just carrying around a banana, I'm sorry. But what are passive perceptions as you kind of like, or both, passive perceptions, passive investigations as you travel along, see if you can see the trident.
14 passive perception.
Okay.
Passive perception is 13 and investigation is 12.
Understood. Okay, travel a little bit longer, and you don't find the trident. At least not yet, not at this very moment. But you find something else first. You find, along the river, the next day after your initial camping, so you can take a long rest if required. A couple hours into the next day, you find this little fire, and sitting by himself, kind of playing a little flute made of a reed that he probably found, you see this man. He is very kingly in appearance. He wears no crown, but he is endowed in fine sort of like leather armors, made of like light tanned leather, not sort of typical darker leather, but light tan. He is draped in a cloak of red, which is fine dyes, fine colors, not something just anybody has. He would have a blue tunic underneath his armor, which very much would give the eminence of somebody who is sort of kingly. He is a human. He is clean-shaven. He has his little reed in his hand, and he has slightly long blonde hair that has been kind of messily tied up into a large bun at the back of his head. He looks to have been traveling, and his hair has grown long, but he does look to be at least mostly cleanly shaved, like he shaves every morning, but he's a bit of an older guy, at least by ancient Greek standards, of course. And he's like sitting by a little bit of a died out fire. And you approach. Peleus will open up and he'll say, "Excuse me, old man, may we share your hearth for a time? I have been seeking someone. Perhaps you might help me." He looks to him. He says, "So long as you respect the laws of hospitality." The place goes, "Of course. In the name of Phthia, I would never do anything adverse in the hearth of another." And he goes, "Then you may sit, young men and young ladies." And they sit. He says, "So who are you looking for?" Player says, "Well, I and my friends, we are, in all of our own ways, we are faithful to the gods, followers of the gods. Some by blood, but I myself by faith. And I believe it is the gods who have led me up this river. And to find an old king who is said to have power of miracle at his hands." The man sort of looks interesting. Because is true. Give me a second here. I'll make sure I get my... There we go. He says, "It is true. He says, I heard a rumor that this king, he comes from an island that had a plague, a terrible, terrible plague. And this wise king was able to pray to Zeus and repopulate his island with mighty warriors made of ants. Have you heard this myth?" And the king looks amusedly and says, "I have heard of this myth." He says, "I see. Then it would be my request that you help me find this king, for the village of Phthia, the great ally of this place, this Aegina, is in a dire trouble. It needs people to help to rebuild, and more than that, it requires warriors to keep it safe from harm." "And what would be exchanged for this aid?" "Well, great. You see, Phthia needs help. And if this great and wise and pious king were able to help from one pious man to he, I would be willing to offer him much. I'd go so far as be willing to..." He thinks for a moment. He says, "I'd be willing to offer, for a time, the services of my son and I." "So why would you offer such a thing?" And player says, "Well, it is my hope that I be made king of Phthia. You see, the king grows weary and old, and he has offered his crown to anyone who can save it. And if I am to be a good king," he does sort of, you see his eye kind of turn your way, Candybus. He says, "If I were to be such a king, it would only make sense that I sacrifice for my people, that I not be selfish. A king must rule his men, but alliances must be weighed, and so I would offer this brave king not only alliance in words, but in service. My son would fight, at least for a time, for the people of the island of Aegina, if that would be acceptable." And the man sits back and goes, It is not easy that one would give this reward. Huh. And Peleus will make a persuasion check at advantage. Very well. I will do better than that. Not only will I help you bring life back to Phthia in exchange for the service of the son of the king to be, if he is to be the king, that is. But I would also offer alliance. If the old king is to step down, I would speak to my son, the great King Telamon of Aegina, and we would have alliance continue. I says, then I offer you my great thanks, King Aeacus. The great king says, very well. Then show me to Phthia, that I might beseech Zeus as I once did, to see if your village can be saved. I will post his name in the chat. Oops. Come on, brain, you can do it. Former king. Oh, I have not scrolled away up. There we go. Yep. He rises. Lana says, thank you. Turns around and says, well, we have a trident to find, and once we have it, we will take the old Aeacus back to Phthia, and maybe, just maybe, Zeus will honor us with what we need. Yeah, Lana says, very well. Well, it has become quite clear to me that I am not the master of nature amongst this group. That seems to be all of you who entertain fish and conjure worms from the ground and set the river right. So I will defer to your greater judgment. Do you think we should continue upriver to seek the trident, or scan the river back down towards Phthia?
Now can I cast Speak with Animals? I prepared it.
You most certainly can.
Cool. I will consult with the fish and see if they know where the trident is. And I'll like lean close.
This makes most sense. This makes sense. And you lean over, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I lean over to the river and I'll whisper, good fishes of the river. I have an important question for you all.
Make me a persuasion check at advantage, because you've been feeding them with worms.
13.
13. And a little bit of a school of fish, maybe like some 5 to 10, maybe like 5 to 8 fish kind of start to like bob their heads out of the water. And they go like, oh boy, this is going to be so silly. It's going to be like, how can we help? It's like, yeah, oh, yes, how about, what would you want? As they're like kind of surfacing to talk.
There is a grand treasure in your depths in the shape of a trident. I seek this treasure to honor your god, Sperkios. Do you know where this trident might be?
I'm just getting you the name of the river. I have frankly lost it. Oh, there it is. Here's the name of the river, and thus the god Where's River? Where's the god? Little fishies go, yes, 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 yes. We have seen it. We have seen it. Yes, yes. And they go, only a little more upriver. Only a little bit more upriver. But the waters are very angry. The waters are yes, yes. Oh, the waters are very angry. None of the fish go that far upriver. The water is going very angry around the big pole in the water.
Well, stay safe downriver. We will retrieve the trident and make the water safe again for you.
Oh. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And the little fishies swim downriver.
Great. Yeah, I guess I'll tell the party the fishes tell us to go just a little upriver.
I think,
wish to learn
at
this
least
thing of
Peleus
fish
and-
singing that you do. This is very interesting.
No, you're good. You're good. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead, there, Thyia.
No, she says, I want to learn how to do this fish singing that you do. It is very interesting.
It's a trick I've been blessed with by Artemis. I'd be happy to try to show you the magics of her ways.
It is very cool.
Yeah, we're just standing off to the side and see Vasaliki doing.
That's great.
But yeah, Peleus and Iacus are. I think Peleus is like stunned by your power. Iacus, the old man, laughs and he goes, "It never ceases the miracle of the gods." And Peleus says, "Very well. Let us find our trident, huh?" You'll make your way upriver some? All right, you make your way upriver, where, true to what the little fishies are saying, the water seems to like strangely lapse on the shore. It moves differently, like it never should. It sort of splashes harshly on the shoreline, more so than where you're all able to see the harshness that it's created. Even beyond what you, like Thyia, you're very keen to it because of what you rolled, but everyone can start to see it very clearly, and almost like a clog in the river, if you will. You see as you get closer this very, very, very small whirlpool in the middle of the water, sort of like circling down in the middle of the river, and it's kind of churning the waters around, and you see like a little fish go. Vasaliki, it's still up. Your little fish go. Oh no! As it's like shot out of the whirlpool and like splashes back into the water. It goes ow! Yeah, the river acts very strangely in the tide, and as you spy low into the riverbed, you do see what looks to be like some dark haft of some spear-like thing sort of lodged into the riverbed. Peleus will start, he'll kind of put his spear down, say, "All right, I will go retrieve it. Wish me luck. Hopefully the river will take mercy on me."
Well, if you'd like, I mean, the rivers are quite rough. If you get into trouble, we could tie you off with a rope and pull you back if needed.
That is most wise. I'd be a fool not to accept. Thank you.
Okay. Going fishing with the man. I'll tie him off.
You'll never be able to say that you didn't, if he becomes king, be like, "I fish for the king." I use the king as bait. So yeah, you wrap it around his waist and wrap it around a nearby tree. Maybe you guys tie some ropes off so he's got enough give. And he takes off all of his, I think he just kind of like, in the presence of ladies, he'll take the tunic off his shoulder, kind of just like affix it a little bit like a bathing suit of small cloth, and he'll jump into the river with a rope tied to him, and I'm gonna make an athletics check, see if he can fight the tide and get the trident. He rolls pretty good, and he's a strong warrior. He rolls an 18. You see him swim hard. He's no demigod, but he certainly has strength enough to stand up against maybe some of them even. And he swims hard and strong. He doesn't surrender to the tide, doesn't give up. It's a very hard swim. Tide is he's only a bit stronger than the tide, but he doesn't surrender to it. And he swims and he swims and he swims until he finally reaches out and grasps the side of it. And then the water kind of pushes him back. He kind of gets ragdolled over, but he holds firm onto the trident as he does, and it dislodges out of the water. And he's not thrown from the tide, but he's certainly pushed back as the whirlpool kind of seems to soften for a moment as he kind of bobs back out of the water and kind of puts his hand up in the air and goes, "I got it!" But in that moment, the little whirlpool begins like it's slowing, and then it speeds up angrily, and then shoots up forward until this warrior made purely of water, this water spirit, angrily appears in the water, and I need everyone to roll initiative. Man, I've been sucking about the music today. I apologize. Okay, let me guess. The old king isn't going to be too helpful. He's just an old king. Actually, no, what am I talking about? He's basically a cleric. He'll be able to help.
Summon worms!
Yeah. Vasaliki casts summon worms. Okay.
It is such elegant solution to the problem. Do you think if I could talk to a group of beavers, I would have built dams myself? No, I would have had friends do it.
I don't think they have beavers in Greece, do they?
I mean, they have them in the Czech Republic. Beavers are one of those creatures that are kind of everywhere. But now I gotta look it up.
Huh.
Because, we have beavers in Louisiana, there's beavers in Florida, and there's beavers in Canada. That's it's a big old range between them two places.
Yeah, there's two different species. There's the North American beaver and the Eurasian beaver.
Oh.
Oh. Cool. Oh, I'll give you guys the handout of Iakas, if you guys want.
Please.
Let's see here. Just make sure I'm giving you all the information.
Music is really loud for me.
Oh,
Well, I don't know. Is it loud for anyone else?
Yes.
It's jamming.
Yeah.
my apologies. For some reason, it's very quiet to me, so I just want to make sure you guys are.
Ooh.
Let's see.
The city of Castoria was named for the beaver, which was indigenous to Greece, but then died out, and they are now currently reintroducing the beaver to Greece.
Rid of some of the information so as not to spoil anything about this stranger you're meeting. Oh, oops. Hang on. Sorry. That information. We're gonna put that in my notes. Get rid of that. We can get rid of that. You don't need to know about all that. You don't need to know how my man got around. All right, there we go. Okay, here's the handout. Okay, one more thing. One more, and then we'll get to the battle. Oops. Okay, here we go. There is the handout. Okay, let me roll some initiative here. That's cocked. Yeah, that. Okay. LES rolls. 8. And nobody rolled very well at all. Damn, my guys suck. Okay, who rolled a 25 plus?
Yeah.
Or sorry, 20 plus, 20 plus. I apologize. Who rolled a 15 plus?
17.
Also 17.
Who would like to go first?
I don't care. Just kidding. Vasaliki would definitely go first. Yeah.
That's
Vasaliki cares.
like you guys. What about Thyia? Would you roll?
7.
Okay. Do you want to go before or after Iakus?
Before, please.
Okay. That will bring us into the fight. Vasaliki, you will start us off. You see this wave given life rise up. What do you do?
How does Peleus look? Is he like drowning up there, or is he holding his own?
He's not drowning. He seems to be a strong enough swimmer. He's okay for the moment, but he's in the water as this thing is like rising up. But he doesn't look to be suffering or struggling.
Okay, great. I will bonus action Hunter's Mark. And so when they're marked by Hunter's Mark, I get to know their immunities, resistances, and vulnerabilities.
Athletes here out of curiosity.
Hunter's Lore.
Hunter's Lore. Cool. Okay. Sorry, give me them one more time.
So, immunities, resistances, and vulnerabilities.
Okay. This guy is resistant to acid and fire and is immune to poison, exhaustion, grapple, paralysis, petrification, the poison condition, the prone condition, the strain condition, and the unconscious condition.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, because it's water, right? You can't grab water or knock over water or poison water. Yeah.
Okay, great. Perfect. I will use my bow.
I'll post that all in the chat.
Cool.
Use your bow, give it a shot. What's it? Oh, it's just when you mark it, you get to know all that. Okay, cool. Go for it.
Yeah. Or, yeah, I'll shoot my bow. That's 16 to hit.
16 will hit. Roll some damage.
Great. And a d6 for Hunter's Mark.
This is 6 for Hunter's Mark.
6. Oh, and a little bit for Colossus Slayer too. So 14, 20 points of damage.
20 points. Good God, that's really good damage. Well done.
Really good.
I'm going to give you one more thing for the resistances and immunities. It's not a vulnerability per se. It's not vulnerable, but I feel like it aligns enough that I'm going to give it to you. You get a sense that if you were to use cold damage against it, something beneficial to you might happen. Doesn't look like it would hold up well if cold damage hit it. Not vulnerable to it, wouldn't do anything more damage-wise, but it might impede it a bit, maybe? Slow it down? Who knows?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Good damage on 20 damage. Well done. Candybus, you are up to bat, my friend. What do you do?
I am going to try and reason with this water warrior.
Okay, go for it.
Great warrior of the water. We retrieve this artifact to bestow it upon the god. What's his name? Cypherios. Do you serve under this god?
Okay. Speaking common, I assume.
Yeah.
It seems to continue to rage as you speak at it, for whatever reason. The thing seems to be making noises and sounds. It's entirely possible it's not an intelligent creature, or it's not. You don't know why, but it doesn't respond.
Perhaps it can't understand me. Maybe a visual representation will be fine, and I'll make a silent image of Cypherios.
Oh, okay. You make a silent image of Sariah. Okay, like in the water next to him.
Yeah, like
And it's
pointing
like a 15
at him.
foot. Yeah, it's like a 15-foot thing. So suddenly, big water boy, bless you, like appears before it, and you see the big like sea monster like under like immediately just sort of like cowers under your silent image as it kind of freaks out and backs off from it.
All right, and then I'll bonus action give a bardic inspiration to our warrior friend. Did we ever get his name?
You've got Peleus and you've got the old man Iakus.
Yeah, I'll give bardic inspiration to Peleus.
All right, it's Peleus, who is in the water. Absolutely. You give him a little bardic inspiration. Fantastic. Peleus sees this all going on. He doesn't know that that's not the god. He goes, "Oh shit!" And he realizes that this isn't my arena. And he is going to swim to the shore, and I think he'll just dash to the shore and kind of like get out of the water, and that'll be his turn. Okay. Yeah, he swims to the shore and throws the trident on the shore and like grabs his spear from the shore and turns around, and it's his turn. I'm gonna be really sure about it though, because he's got some other tricks up his sleeve. Ooh. Let's see here. Why are you being this way, computer? Oh, you know what he does? In the water, he says, enemies grant me great speed. And he will cast Expeditious Retreat through as he calls on a blessing from Hermes. He will use that to get to the shore. He'll get to his spear. He'll turn around with a spear, and he will hold an action to huff that spear should negotiations go sour, I guess. And that will be Thyia's turn. Thyia, you're up to bat. You do.
Yes, I'm going to hold my action because, you know, if there is exchange going on, if there is way to get out of this, it's fine. So, yes, I hold my action to see if Waterboy is going to go someplace else.
Okay. Hold your action to do what?
Bop.
Okay. Don't come over here. Fair enough. Iakus. He is going to say, may Ares make these spears strike true. And he'll cast Bless on Thyia, on Vasaliki, and on Peleus, as they seem to be the most pointy people around. And then he is going to chill the fuck out. Okay, that is going to bring us on to the creature. Here's what we're going to do, Candybus. I want you to roll me an intimidation check. And I want you to roll it at advantage. See if you make this water spirit just kind of fuck off at under the glare of its of the god of the river.
That'll be 15 plus 4, 19.
19. Yeah, the water spirit kind of like goes all, and then the water spirit kind of disappears into the water. Is gonna like fuck off upriver, and I'll call the combat there.
All right, I'll end the silent image, and I did not think it was wise to further harm the river.
Oh, yeah. Of course. She puts her bow away.
Yeah, Peleus kind of know that this is a very good point, Prince Candybus. Right. I think the old man just laughs again. Ayakas just kind of. But shall we get ourselves back to Phthia then?
Yes.
Peleus will retrieve the trident, and you guys will meander downriver. Before the day is out, appearing from the water, you will see the god of the river his temper seems to be calmed somewhat. It seems that your what affects the river seems to affect him, and as your many contributions to the river, the holy contributions, the mending of the shoreline, the feeding of the fish, the entertaining of the fish. They all seem to have calmed him a bit. He's not quite as temperamental. He says, "You have done what I requested." Peleus will kneel down and offer the trident. He will say, "I bring you a trident of one fool enough to cross you, great god of the river. We thank you for your patience and your mercy, and hope that you've been appeased and can be at rest now." He looks at it. Says, "Good. Yes, that water spirit was most troublesome, and I have been far too busy to deal with it. I am appeased. I feel that I can calm now. You have done well, and know that you may pass in safety, as may others. As I calm, so too dooms my tide. This river may see life again, both on land and in the water. Keep the trident as a symbol of my approval." And with that, he'll disappear back into the water. And Peleus will kind of, "Victory! This is
Victory.
a victorious tale, a glorious tale indeed." And because we're coming to the end, we're gonna fast track some stuff, get a short rest, and here's what happens. I'm gonna turn off this battle music. I'm gonna bring you to the place. Place you where the bar. You guys get back to Phthia. You see that some of divots in the ground that have been sort of flooding the village seem to have been surfaced. The ground has kind of been flattened now, and maybe even like one of the homes or two have been kind of reconstructed. Things are moving quickly than they would normally, but that's the power of Amphion. But you appear, Peleus with the trident sort of slung over his shoulder, turns to the good king. He'll say, "All right, Ayakas, former and great king, we have come to Phthia. We have honored the river gods, and we hope that you will honor us with your miracles. Will you save Phthia?" And he'll walk up to Peleus. He'll say, "Peleus, I will. But if I'm not mistaken," he looks around, says, We will perform the rite in the afternoon. I am not ready, but give me time. I know that the gods are ready to help. But, no. It is now." And he looks at him and he'll say, "Peleus, you have willingly sacrificed the service of your firstborn child. You have brought these good people together And he'll look around and say, and all of you, demigods, do you approve of Peleus' plan? Do you think him worthy enough of this right?
I do.
From the little time that I've spent with him, I do.
He's all right for a man.
It is true, he is man, and that is problem. But other than that, I think he is really thoughtful of things.
I think both Peleus and Iacus kind of like look at Vasaliki and Thyia and look at him like, he's a man and that's a problem, but whatever. They kind of give you a ghost look of like, whatever, basically. And they kind of just turn to the prince, or Iacus turns to the prince Candybus and says, very well. If you give your approval, then Peleus, I say this to you. Phthia will not be without its allies in the south. Look, and he'll point out to the shore and say, Zeus has already blessed you. You did not need me. And you are going to see a trireme, a rather large trireme, bearing sails, kind of making its way into the docks, the shores. And Candybus, you know that Aegina is a long-term ally of Phthia, in fact, their greatest ally, and it bears their flags, bears their sails. And it's a large ship, which probably comes with people. Places, thank you. Thank the gods. And he'll give him a nod. And Peleus will turn around to all of you and he'll say, and I don't think it would be right for me to take up the kingship here. I think it'd make more sense that Iacus does. I didn't do anything at this point, did I? These warriors were already coming by the grace of the gods. It was not I who have done so. Iacus will say, nonsense. You are pious. You prayed to the gods, and without that piety, word may have never made it to Aegina. The gods may have never allowed these messengers to have their truck down. So be proud of your piety, and know that it ensured Aegina received the message and came north to provide aid. You are worthy of this, if you feel it yourself. Peleus will look to all of you, as you've given your approval. And he'll give the trident forward. Say, it is the least I can do for all of your help. Take the trident, and I will. Will you come with me to the king?
Yes,
Of course.
of course.
Sure, I will escort you.
What transpires? The king comes to the throne room, or excuse me, Peleus comes to the throne room, and quickly enough, with Iacus at his back, these warriors are going to come hauling through, and they wear black armor, and they're strong. They're like, you hear about Greek, Greek history, where everyone's like, oh, the Spartans were fucking, but the truth of the matter is that they were a lot shorter and not as muscly dense as people might expect, which is going to be true of the hoplites of the world of Greece. These guys are built, not bodybuilders per se, but they're like, you can clearly see the definition of their arms. These guys are stronger than the common man. These warriors come forth with black armor, and stand warrior ready behind the old king, who comes up and meets Deucalion as a friend, as they are friends. And he says, Deucalion says, you have saved us. You have saved us, my old friend. And he says, no, I have not saved you. It is the piety of this one young warrior who has saved you. I may have brought the Myrmidons, but it was the piety and the warriorship of this young Peleus who had done so. And I bid you ask your son for proof, if this is the truth of the matter, for he accompanied him. And Deucalion will look past Candybus and says, Candybus, you traveled with this Peleus? It was he who sought the throne and achieved what he did and not you?
It is true. I will be forthcoming with you all. Prior meeting place, we spoke with an oracle. He gave us a prophecy that Peleus would be the king to serve. After you step down, he will save this town. And I saw it fitting to see that prophecy through.
Deucalion looks like energy returns to him a bit, and he says, and it's settled. The gods have spoken through this seer and through the deeds of this Peleus, and they have sent warriors. And you have all given your approval, and you are demigods. There's no question. Zeus has spoken. And he'll stand up, put his hand on Peleus' shoulder, and say, Peleus, I name you king of Phthia. The throne is yours. Peleus goes, thank you. And he will bow his head, and Deucalion says, no, you are a king now, Peleus, and kings bow to none. Regard me then as a friend. And they clasp hands, and everyone in the hall applauds, and your brother looks past Candybus at you with a look like maybe surprise or like, oh, if you're sure on his face. Your sister will applaud, and your family definitely looks to you to see if there's like disdain with you or hurt or spite with you, and doesn't see any. But they applaud Peleus, and it seems the King Peleus will sit on his throne as the gods intended, and it seems as fate intended. Despite your fateless nature, this myth has come forward. And with that, Ayaka says, very well. I will continue my travels north, but I leave the Myrmidons of Aegina in your service, Peleus. May they help you rebuild this town. And may Aegina and Phthia remain allies for many years to come. And that is where we'll end our session.
Huzzah.
You guys kind of were involved in a very interesting sort of myth that would create another much more important and relevant myth if you're tracking what's going on here. I'm sure of Candybus, you've probably done some research and what its relevance is.
Well,
I hope everybody enjoyed the session.
No, that was
yeah,
very
good
cool.
session.
Yeah, really
That
good
was very,
session.
very cool. I'm looking forward to next week.
Yeah.
I hope I have Brandon back. Like I know that drill's really important. I think it's only once a month, so
Yeah, he's at drill. He's at whatever that means. He's running around, jumping over poles and shit. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know what that means exactly.
He's putting screws into two
But,
by fours.
yeah, I'm sure we'll have him back
That's
next
what drilling is, right?
That's right. Guys, awesome. Hey, Ryan, I'm gonna shoot you, or I shot you a couple of messages. Can you look at them because they had to do with tonight?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
I will.
I'm gonna be by the computer, but I need to get off because Josh is about to come in with groceries and the dogs are gonna go nuts. Bye, y'all.
All right.
Bye.
Good session.
Good session.